of the Polly's WebXR Awards. I'm your virtual red carpet host, Sophia Moshasha. It's been an incredible year of innovation around the immersive web, and we have some really amazing and impactful experiences nominated this year. We can't wait to share what the pioneers of WebXR have been up to. And don't forget to visit our Eventbrite page for details on all the ways you can watch Party Hop. We're streaming live on AWE Live, YouTube, Twitch, and the watch parties include Mozilla Hubs by Matt B. Cool, XR Women Museum and Frame, Ready Player Golf Clubhouse and Engage, VRLand, and the Altspace Polly's World by Cause and Christie and hosted by Athena Demos and Doug Jacobson of Big Rock Creative. We have a very special halftime show by Onboard XR, and we'll also be showcasing the ability to traverse through WebXR worlds in real time. Make sure you stick around for the after party in Meta Horizons by Paint. And with that, let the virtual red carpet begin.
Dr. Wang, Daniel, and Matt. You guys are with Futurewei. You've been supporting us along the way of the WebXR summits that we've been putting on and the Poly's WebXR Awards. Thank you so much for your contribution to this effort and the community at large. And thank you for being with us at the Poly's this year.
Yeah, thank you, Sophia, interviewing us. First of all, we would like to say it's been amazing to start working with you, Ben, Julie, and the whole Point Cloud production team since early last year. And also we, through your introduction, we got to know Linda, Karen, Evo, Terry, Steve, and very talented Christy. They are amazing and they're so passionate about this open source community. We have learned so much and hope we have been able to contribute to the growth of the WebXR industry.
Thank you so much.
Just like to add as well that I think it's an incredible achievement with last year's summit series that you managed to gather 130 speakers from, I think it was 130 speakers from like 106 companies, 64 sessions, 20 hours of informative content. I think that's an amazing achievement. And I think also that this awards show today, with all these incredible nominees, shows the great progress within WebXR, within software, platforms, frameworks, experiences, and also you can see the whole engagement from the whole WebXR community. And I think June mentioned this as well, but the WebXR Summit series, the one we helped to sponsor last year, it's been such a great experience for us, and we really look forward to continue that partnership for this year. So kudos to you on everything you did last year.
What are you looking for in collaborators, and how can our community collaborate with you guys and help you pursue your initiatives?
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. So with this new browser initiative, the new life in that, we now have created a platform that will be on the most popular hardware available right now. And we hope we can continue to bring this to even more devices and across the globe. And so the time is really in 2022, we believe, for people to get on board.
I'll also say that one of our key goals is to somehow, just by helping out to speed up the adoption of WebXR and the maturity, to get as much content and experiences available as possible. And
yes, thank you so much, and we really appreciate all the support and participation and the value that you brought to the table as well, and hopefully to the audience also. And we look forward to continuing to provide that value and that education around WebXR throughout the duration of this year with your support. Thank you so much.
Joe Simpson, thank you so much for joining us on the Poly's WebXR Awards virtual red carpet. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
And you launched a website last year called the Extended Collection, where you are curating some of the best content on the immersive web. Talk a little bit to that.
It was actually listening to the Voices of VR podcast recap of the WebXR Awards last year, where Ben had talked about just wanting to do something for the community. And at that point, like just hearing him say that, like, I've got something that I could do. It's a small thing, but I've already got all of the stuff that I've been working on. I know how to make websites. So I threw together a website and launched it in May. And it's just a small thing. It's not really an ambitious project. It's just kind of a personal thing that I do in between other stuff. It's not meant to be a repository of all things WebXR. It's just the stuff that I find appealing personally. So if you're wondering what the word curation has to do, it's literally curated by my taste and the things that I find compelling in VR and to some extent AR. So yeah, that's what the Extended Collection is.
What are some of the developments you wish to see in either the projects that are being developed or the immersive web as a whole?
So aside from the stuff that I curate on the collection, my interest lies mostly in UI development, spatial interfaces. I struggle using a computer. I've got some RSI issues. I've got some issues with my spine. So using a traditional mouse and keyboard all day is just a disaster for me. So I'm making myself use a mouse and keyboard so I can make some WebXR experiences that I can then replace some of my current workflows in VR. So I've recently thrown myself into Babylon.js using their 2D and 3D tools where I can create some pretty amazing stuff with minimal effort. So that's going to be my big focus this year, is making interfaces, spatial interfaces to work with data, not just like, I'm not talking about just putting like a menu or UI on top or in front of a VR app that you go into. I'm talking about the place that I'm making is about modifying data and working with data. So that's the stuff that kind of gets me excited. I don't think there's very many people that are excited about that in the way that I am, but we'll see.
I'm really excited to see what you're coming up with the version 2 of Extended Collection in 3D. It's super exciting.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Joe, for being here today with us. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for contributing so much to the WebXR community. And we look forward to seeing you at the show today.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
So Trevor Flowers, the man who needs no introduction, and here you are receiving our Community Honors Award.
Thank you so much, Sophia.
It's well deserved. Talk more about what you're doing now.
Recently, I have actually stepped down from the Immersive Web Weekly in order to start a new weekly called the Transmutable News Weekly. So it's the same beat. It's it's everybody in the same community, but because it's no longer a part of the W3C, I'm able to accept sponsorships, which lets me cover even more. So I'm covering things like the interaction of some of the new technologies around payments and other agreement sort of technologies and how those interact with the immersive web. So it's an exciting time. In some ways, it's the same work that I've been doing for a couple of years now, and in some ways it feels new. So it's sort of a nice mix.
Yeah, no, it's so much more expansive, and that's super exciting. And I'd love to hear more from you on kind of what you've been reporting on, what your predictions are, what your focus is going to be for this next year.
Sure. So the way I'm framing the work that I'm doing right now is, like I said, continuing on to cover the community that I've been a part of for a long time. But then I also think that there is, I'm calling it the agreement bedrock. I think there's this sort of complementary set of technologies that are evolutions of what are going on today with things like blockchain and NFTs. Those are interesting in that they're exploring some of the possibilities that we have in that space, but they're deeply flawed in other ways. And so I think there's this sort of next step where we identify the good parts that are being exposed in those technologies, and we mix them into something, using open standards and sort of building it into something stable, ecologically sound, and usable that will nicely complement the web. Some people think that the original sin of the web was to have no concept of payments, and that's what led to surveillance advertising. And so I think we're at an interesting pivot point where we're both going into spatial experiences on the web, and we're sort of bumping up against the reality of surveillance advertising, and at the same time that agreement technology is evolving quickly. So there's so much energy and money being poured into both the web and into crypto right now that there is just a lot of smoke that you have to sort of shift through in order to actually find the people working on positive, collaborative means for us to come together and make agreements on things like contracts and payments and ownership and even just simple protocol.
And I want to thank you again for all the work that you've done towards the community, and congratulations on your honor today. It's well deserved, and we look forward to seeing more of you throughout this year and beyond. Manuel Fernandez and Brian Cardell with us today. Welcome, gentlemen. What brings you to the Polys this year?
Igalia is an open source consultancy who works on all of the browser engines. And in XR, the WebXR space is really important, and all these new consumer devices are coming online that are gaining a lot of popularity. And in them, you need a browser. That's where all of the world's information and access to information is. You enter this nice immersive reality, and you need that just as you would on your laptop or your mobile device. And we also then can bring the world of the web to XR. We can do things to create immersive experiences and link them and bring the web's model. And in this, we are creating a new browser that's born out of the Firefox Reality project called Wolvik.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about Wolvik. I'm sure a lot of us spectators and listeners don't really know what's going on with that, because it's a relatively new initiative.
Yeah, so Wolvik is an open source VR browser. This is a project that started at Mozilla with FIVARS, but the project was abandoned 2 years ago. So right now there is not any open source alternative for VR browsers. So for standalone devices, the only alternative right now, for example, on Oculus is the Oculus browser. And there are also the other different vendors where, I mean, the hardware vendors, they can't implement their own browser because there is not an open source solution. So what we are doing is creating an open source VR browser, not only for a single device, but with the idea of deploying it in several devices. And this is called Wolvik. It's a new fork from FIVARS Reality. And we are taking over the development, and we are going to improve what we have in FIVARS Reality with so many new features. New features in the WebXR spec, such as hand tracking, WebXR layers. And we are also thinking not only about VR, but also about AR for the future.
That's amazing. And what do you guys envision in terms of what this new browser will bring to the table for those that are looking to develop experiences on the immersive web?
I think it will keep the web alive, actually. You know, we talk all the time about the diversity of web engines, how important that is, that we keep that alive. But on a lot of these standalone devices, there isn't really an option at all. It's not an option of just engines, it's even browsers. So we're bringing really the only open source browser alternative here. And we think that that's just a really good thing for the web in general to keep alive as this sort of new market is taking off.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your generous contribution to the community of WebXR. And I'm sure there's so many people that can't wait to get their hands on accessing and developing to your browser. So thank you again for everything you're doing, and welcome to the Poly's WebXR Awards. We have Monica Hyacinth here today with us, and she is the co-founder and CEO of Cyber. Welcome, Monica.
Hi, good to be here.
It's great to have you here. So Grace Weber is an experience of yours that was nominated 4 times for World Entertainment, Video, and Experience of the Year, and that is the most single nominations at this year's Polys. Congratulations, first of all, and we'd love to hear more about the Grace Weber experience and what you're doing at Cyber.
Thank you. Yeah, we're super excited and grateful for so many nominations. A great surprise, considering that really we're still getting started, and Grace was really one of the first experiences that we put out there for Cyber. And it was really a joint effort with the artist, with Grace, who's Grammy award-winning artist, and amazingly creative. And she had so many ideas about how she wanted to bring her art to life. And it was a really, really great moment of seeing this work that we've been working on for some time come to life in the wild. So that was really like the first of what we've been doing on Cyber. But Cyber as a platform is very much about creator first, community first, and about accessibility. So what we want to do is create spaces for artists, music artists, digital artists and other entertainment brands and creators, whether that's in the film industry, in the comedy industry, and everything in between, and really provide them the platform and the tools to go crazy and create and come up with, you know, very different ways of connecting with their fans and their communities and really building community. So that's really what Cyber's about, and doing it in a way where it's cross-platform. So regardless of what device you have, you as a fan of an artist can access content and really connect with those artists in the ways that we've developed on Cyber.
Yes, Cyber was also actually nominated as a WebXR Platform of the Year, and it's pretty unique in the sense that you guys are actually using Unreal Engine. Could you go into a little bit about why you chose Unreal and how you got that to work with WebXR?
Yeah, we've been working with Epic and Unreal for some time. They're great partners, and you know, we have been very conscious of the fidelity and making sure it's AAA, because I come from a music background, we all do, and the art piece of it is very important to creators, to artists. With Unreal is a huge part of what we do, and then we have some secret sauce that allows us to transfer that to web and again make it accessible to everyone.
And for those of us that want to get in touch with you and work with you guys, how do we go about doing that?
Well, you can DM us on any of our socials, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, or you can email us at jobs@cyberxr, and that's cyber, CYBR, xr.com.
Thank you, Monica, so much for coming on with us. Congratulations on your many nominations. They are well deserved. You're definitely leading the charge for the music industry and how they can capitalize on the space of immersive technology and the immersive web. Thanks again for coming on with us.
Thanks.
We have nominees Keram, Malick, Sanchez, Stephanie Greenall, and James Baicioanu with us to tell us what they're up to with FIVARS, VRTO, and Janus Framework.
Hey, I'm so glad to be here and part of this amazing show celebrating the pioneers and the people that are putting in so many hours to move this medium forward. It's amazing to think back to VRML in the 90s and all the amazing people that were working on it back then. And just to see how far we've come and the beautiful environments that are being built. So FIVARS really has become a testament to that work, and hoping to create an independent space that's autonomous, that allows independent artists to come in and be showcased from all over the world. And this FIVARS that we're about to do is just a wild ride. We've got more dome theaters. We've got 3 cities that we're going to be doing live in-person pods with simultaneously. We've got those fully articulated avatars that James brought in from Ready Player Me. And we just like blew the cap off of the limit of the video quality that we can show now. So we're just testing the outer limits of color space and video resolution and streaming playback. And it's just a real thrill ride. And I'm excited to be bringing in new artists to be building environments with us now and seeing their work reflected. So thank you for honoring all of those people's work. And we just can't wait to show you the next FIVARS show.
Excited to be here for the Polys and celebrating all things WebXR. We're here from FIVARS Festival, which is actually coming up February 21st to 28th. We're always really excited to work in WebXR and being able to honor all the work these content creators are developing, and being able to have an accessible platform through WebXR. It's been incredible to have people come through from all over the world, as well as on different mobile devices, on their PC, on either whether it's a headset or not, and having that accessible to everyone to be able to experience this has been amazing. This year, we've got everything from live performances, we've got dome shows, which has been insane watching these pieces inside the dome. I'm really excited to share it with everyone this year, so I hope to see everyone there.
Hey everyone, so excited to be here as part of the Polys Awards show. It's been an amazing ride the past several years. Watching the WebXR community grow. It's been been quite an adventure just to be part of this. I always tell people, even if as an independent developer, I've been working on Genesis XR and Elation Engine before that since 2011. Even as an independent developer, it feels like I'm part of this amazing community that's so much larger than just what I'm working on. I can talk with anyone who's working on different pieces, kind of feel like we're working towards the same goal of kind of being able to deliver all this amazing content to devices, no matter what kind of device you're coming in on. And it's just been amazing to see the development over the past several years, and happy to be part of this community.
Hello world, it is Sophia live in the Poly's Altspace world. This beautiful world was created by none other than Kaz and Christy, hosts Athena and Doug from BRC VR. Hi guys, welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
Thank you. So good to see you. So guys, tell us a little bit about yourselves, BRC VR, and what we have to look forward to from you.
Well, BRC VR is hosted by Big Rock Creative, and we have a lot of great projects coming up. Some of them we can't talk about yet, but one thing we can talk about is that at South by Southwest, we're going to be doing a Brianna's Garden World that will be premiering based on Breonna Taylor. And we'll have to, you can see a little bit more about that coming up very soon. Athena?
We also have Burning Man coming up. It will be in person this year for 2022. The theme is Waking Dream. We're all ready to wake up from this dream. But we are going to have a wonderful project where we are going to bring the digital BlackRock citizens together with the in-person physical BlackRock citizens into one giant art project so that we can all be together in one global conversation. And so we're very excited to bring that technology to all of you this year.
Love it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being on the show with us today. Thank you for hosting this beautiful world. And let's get back to the show.
We have Elgin, Skye, McLaren, and Brian Peiris with us today from Mozilla. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
What are some of the most notable projects in hubs that you guys can talk about?
There was a group that essentially did theater or a play in hubs, and we got a tour of that recently, and that was really just amazing to see, or the extent of what they've done to make that happen with just like the core functionality that we built into hubs from the beginning. We intentionally built it so that it could be as versatile as possible, and that has really played out in the community. People are doing amazing things with it.
That was Onboard XR with Brendan Bradley.
Yes, thank you.
They were amazing. That really, that had me in tears. I was on board. Yeah, it was such a cool performance. Some of the musical numbers, it was very powerful and cool to see the interactions that they built into it that no one on the hubs team could see coming. Right? They had a lot of custom things that they built out that we were very surprised by and excited to see.
How about you, Brian? Anything in particular that you're excited for?
I don't know. I think I'm just really excited that WebXR has been around in theory for many, many years, but it feels like the fact that it's lasted this long, even though the community has stayed small, is a testament to how powerful the idea is at its heart. And I think that's just going to keep propelling it forward, and people are going to just keep building things on top of it. And I don't see it, dying out at all. I see it exploding, and it's just a matter of time. So I'm looking forward to seeing what people build.
I just wanted to say that I've checked out a bunch of the nominees this year, and I'm really excited to see the quality of the work and the breadth of the work that the community's doing. And I just wanted to say thank you to the organizers of the Polys, because it's really great to take a moment and appreciate the other people in our community. I feel very fortunate to be part of a group that is so welcoming and just working on such cool, innovative projects. So thank you to the organizers, and thank you to the community for being so supportive of the work that I'm doing, that Hubs is doing, and that each other is doing.
Thank you, Elgin and Brian, for joining us. Enjoy the show.
Avi Bar-Zeev, our Ombudsperson of the Year honoree, shared his thoughts with us on ethics and privacy in emerging technologies.
I think I remember Jeff Bezos had a really interesting quote that said, good intentions are not enough. You might think that you're being ethical and making decisions for the right reasons, but it's really the data that drives things. It tells us whether things are going to be good or not good. And in many cases, it's the business models that are going to decide whether these things are helpful or harmful to society. The business models are essentially what companies choose to fund themselves. They pick their business model, sometimes they evolve. And by choosing certain business models, companies can dig themselves into certain holes where they have to keep digging that same hole in order to make more money to satisfy their investors and have growth of whatever, 20% a year. And they may go deeper and deeper into a hole, which is not where they intended to be, but is not a good place to be. And I think an example of that is, in my opinion, the ad-driven business model. That there's nothing inherently evil about ads themselves. They're essentially a form of First Amendment free speech. And they ostensibly tell you about products. But when we combine the advertising model with all this deep data collection that we've seen on social networks, right? Not to name anyone specifically right now, but you know what we're talking about. They're collecting this data and they're using it to pick the ads that are going to be the most persuasive, and they can charge the most money for those. And it seems all legit, like, okay, they're picking the ads, maybe we get to see better ads. But the more data they know, the more they're going to be able to pick the ads that are actually going to move us, to essentially manipulate us to buy the things that they want us to buy, as opposed to just serving us the ads that we might be interested in. And that's the danger with XR technology. It's so personal and so invasive. When you talk about eye tracking plus front-facing cameras can tell what we're looking at, and they effectively make a like button for the world. You don't have to click like anymore. The system's going to know what you like. It's going to know who you like. It's going to know your sexual orientation. It's going to know all sorts of things about you. And combining that with emotional sensors that can tell whether we're excited or bored or happy or sad, the more insights the companies can gain into our emotional state, the more that they can prime us for advertising that's emotionally manipulative. And that is a place where we start to lose autonomy. We start to lose our freedom of thought. And this is a real danger. It's not just exaggerated. The danger is that after many years of XR, we become so used to this that we don't even know it's happening. In fact, today we almost don't know what's happening. When we see a commercial that might be emotionally manipulative, we engage with it, but we don't know why. We don't know why it's been pushing our buttons. And in the future, what we're looking at is a company can, or an algorithm at least, can know what our buttons are, can know what upsets us and what excites us, push those buttons, and then rapid fire get us to make decisions that are not in our own best interest, that are in the interest of the advertisers. And that's a long way of saying we're in deep doo-doo if we let these companies continue with the current advertising model plus new technology and new sources of data.
So thank you so much for taking the time today. Thank you for the work that you're contributing to the community, and congratulations again on being this year's honoree for Ombudsperson of the Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have Yinch Yeap joining us today for the virtual red carpets for the Polys. Welcome, Yinch.
Thank you, Sophia. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So you were nominated for 3 Polys this year: Ski Fit 365 for Game of the Year, A320 Cockpit Simulator for Augmented Reality Experience, and Education Experience of the Year. Congratulations, first of all. And tell us more about you, and then I'll have you tell us more about those projects.
So I'm totally focused this year on making sure that tools out there for the creators and not the coders, because if you can't get the creators on board, you're finished. I want us to be like TikTok. You know, you got a phone, you can contribute to it. That, you know, that's my aim. We should be like Twitter, like TikTok, like YouTube. Everybody contributes, and that's how we're going to build it.
That's the winning application right there.
Yeah. WebXR to solving problems which was previously solved by native VR, and WebXR affords all the, you know, a lot of the flexibility and agility that native just doesn't. I'm a Unity programmer, by the way, so it's not that I love the web, I hate native. I love native, but when I moved to WebXR, Unity just couldn't do it. I moved to Wonderland from Unity. People at Unity called me to say, "Why are you not doing Unity?" I said, "It's too slow." Jonathan, Hale, and I are and Florian at Construct Arcade, we are great friends. We're working on a project together. I absolutely love the engine to bits. It is constantly being upgraded. I would not dare do WebXR without Wonderland engine.
And is there any last words that you'd like to say about WebXR for the community?
I would say to people working in the WebXR space to dream big. There are lots of areas that markets have not been tapped into yet. Lots of use cases which we haven't discovered or applied ourselves to. And it is still really important to understand as we get WebXR to mature, to look to understand what the mass market expects. Early adopters like ourselves, we're willing to go suffer through a little bit of inconvenience and pain to get things to work. But as WebXR becomes significant, and certainly with the number of Quest headsets which are out there, we have to understand the needs and the fears of the mass market and to be able to design to cater for what they are like rather than what we are like.
Absolutely, and that's the best advice. Just do it. Just experiment with it. Just start creating, and things will stick, and we'll figure it out as we go, and we'll do that as a community, which we're aiming and hoping to facilitate through the polys and through the summits that you've been involved with. And Yinch, I want to say thank you again for joining me on the red carpet for the second annual Polys WebXR Awards, and congratulations on your nominations this year.
Thank you so much, Sophia.
Jonathan Hale and Florian Isikci paid us a visit to tell us about Wonderland Engine, which is nominated for 2 awards, and how 5 other nominated WebXR experiences are built using it.
So I think with Wonderland Engine, we now are just really at the start, right? We have a great, highly performant renderer with basic rendering features and a great development tool which allows super fast iteration times. Going forward, we're looking at improving the rendering with more rendering features, improving the extensibility and facilitating exchange of code and other assets developers build. So I'm really excited about the future because I believe there's still huge potential in empowering developers to build incredible applications out there.
And as the primary users of one of the primary users of Wonderland Engine, we also seeking to extend the more game aspects of it, and are in the future thinking about allowing developers to iterate faster with game tools that we will be giving away for free to the community as Construct Arcade. That's our goal in supporting the community. And also we are also gaining a lot from so many developers using Wonderland Engine, so we definitely are putting a lot out there, including networking code that Yinch has been using, thankfully, that we've been developing. And we also had our birthday last year, actually in October, celebrated in a Wonderland Engine experience on our website on Construct Arcade. So there's a lot of stuff that we have in the backgrounds that are going to be interesting in the near future.
Platform, it's easily accessible by lots of people, just without many barriers, without friction. It comes with security benefits, especially in bigger companies, and therefore the plethora of benefits web provides over native experiences is there, right? There's just a couple of small downsides we're still working out and figuring out, and I just simply believe that the web, and it has shown in the past, is a incredible platform to build upon, and gives developers freedom and gives the metaverse freedom to be open and in control of everyone.
For me, I think about permissionlessness. The web is just a platform where people don't have to ask anyone to publish anything. They don't need to go through confirmation for whatever they want to do. They can build their business without seeing established structures. They can build anything they want, and if they find customers for it, they can adapt those as well. And what WebXR allows people to do that is bring spatial computing onto the web, which is going to be the next paradigm that we will focus on, especially in the metaverse, where things need to be 3D in a certain degree, and the devices in the coming generations are going to be requiring certain spatialization aspects. And WebXR is this foundational technology that will enable making the metaverse in this way spatial. And I think there's a lot more components to it, but one of them is definitely this visualization aspect of content.
And do you have a
We have Casper and Rainer here with us today from Wolf 3D, who creates the Ready Player Me avatars. What was the reason behind starting Wolf 3D and Ready Player Me? And what makes your product so special?
Because our vision has always been to build a technology that's really accessible for majority of people. And we want to make sure that, everyone in, whatever game or virtual world they're experiencing have an opportunity to have an avatar. Because what essentially Ready Player Me enables you to do is you have your avatar, and now you can really quickly, without building your identity from scratch again, try something new to see if you like it or not.
You signed over 1,000 partners in 2021, which is what got Ready Player Me nominated for both Platform of the Year and Return of Experience Award. With the stellar growth from last year, what are you looking to accomplish in the year ahead?
In 2022, and starting already from this quarter, we're heavily investing into two major areas. One is for Ready Player Me to become a way for developers to actually make money. So Ready Player Me becoming a revenue source for developers. We're also building out core APIs that allow developers to essentially unlock some items for their users and essentially use Ready Player Me as a monetization tool that nicely fits into their existing in-app purchase flows. So we're really looking into what are these simple APIs we can provide for developers that allow them to essentially edit their avatars to be fitting into their exact specification, which makes it much more easier to adopt, and Ready Player Me becomes more of a kind of first-party avatar within larger games and larger ecosystems as well. Of course, we're starting to build out the kind of content and administrative tools for developers, which allow them to publish their own custom content, as well as manage their existing integrations. That also kind of revamping our documentation, bringing a lot more integration examples. So we want integration to be as quick as possible. So you're building regardless of which engine you're using or which platform you're targeting, it should be as easy as going to our GitHub or Code Sandbox, copying the examples, cloning them, example games, and so forth, so you can get up and running with the platform as quickly as possible. So really investing into the developer experience and being still very developer focused.
How does the premise of your avatar system enable the idea of true metaverse interoperability? Because that to me is my favorite part about what you're doing.
Every asset, every avatar on Ready Player Me is by design made cross-application usable. The same avatar can transfer between all these 1,000 different applications. And we're really building the kind of infrastructure or the rails behind those avatars, which allow them to actually, practically travel and practically be interoperable between those different ecosystems. And we are using the blockchain technology or existing NFT collections that make it very easy for end users who do own NFTs to actually be able to start wearing those items across the metaverse.
Thank you, Casper and Rainer, for all your work in the community and making Ready Player Me avatars so accessible cross-platform for interoperability within the metaverse. Congratulations on your nominations at this year's Polys, and thank you again for joining us today.
Brandon Jones, congratulations for being this year's Lifetime Achievement Award winner. You were nominated by Ricardo Cabello, who was last year's Lifetime Achievement Award winner, and he thought that you were worthy of this award, and you definitely are. Tell us what your vision is for how you would like to see the immersive web progress and what we need to do to prepare for that.
The next thing I'd like to see is reaching a spot where the immersive web and XR kind of reaches out into every part of the web platform. Right now, we have some very interesting experiences that you can do by sort of taking over the entire frame of the browser and pushing somebody into an immersive experience and then pulling them back out again once they're ready to move on to the next thing. But it would be great to start doing so in a way that is a little less isolated And there's a couple of different ways that you can approach that. One is by allowing different experiences scattered across the web to interlink with each other in the same way that we have anchor links in HTML right now. We really ought to be able to hop between these experiences with minimal distractions and overhead and have it feel like a fairly continuous thing. There are significant challenges to doing that, but I think that we can solve them and the web will be better for it. The other thing is allowing us to bring immersive elements into the browser without this context shift that we have to go through right now to something that's either completely immersive or completely stuck in the old 2D flat web. There's efforts underway to allow different models to be embedded in a web page in a intuitive and volumetric way. There's all sorts of interesting ways that that could interact with AR experiences.
Spent a long time on progressing the standards and developments of web GPU. Can you talk a little bit about how that will bring high fidelity graphics into WebXR?
Web GPU is the next evolution in web graphics, hopefully complementing and eventually taking the place of WebGL, and it's designed to take advantage of modern graphics API capabilities and hardware. And it, to me, feels like the perfect complementary technology to WebXR and the immersive web and all the things that that entails, because so much of what we are doing in that space is graphical, it's visual, and it benefits from the highest fidelity that we can possibly give it. And WebGL, while being a very resilient API in its own right, is just showing its age. It's based on APIs that were originally developed in the 90s and have just been continually built on since. So it's exciting to me to be part of a team that's looking at how we can approach that with a fresh eye, look at the lessons learned over the last few decades of graphics development and apply those to the web, and prepare the web for the foreseeable future to evolve along with state-of-the-art graphics.
2D interfaces. And I think that's a great vision that you have for the future of the immersive web. And thank you again, Brandon, for being here with us today. Congratulations on being nominated and honored for the Lifetime Achievement Award. It really is a true honor to have you here.
Thank you. And it's truly an honor to be recognized in such a way. And I only hope that I can help raise awareness once more of all of the people who have helped us get to this place, because it has been truly a community effort.
It's been a full year since we've had you guys on together from the last Polly's Awards, and we definitely got a lot of insight into the things that you guys were doing as part of the W3C. I'd love to just get just a high-level update what you're doing as part of the W3C.
In the last 2 years, we focused a lot on polish. We're trying to get these specs to be stable and good, and like have all of the explainers written, have all of the documentation. Just less work on adding new things and more work on making sure that what we have is good. We also made a lot of progress on the layers feature that lets you put like panels in XR space that contain DOM elements or just or other kinds of things. And also the hand input feature that basically lets you control things with your hands. So those are some things I'm excited about: layers, DOM overlays, and hand inputs. But overall, most of our work this year has been polish, I'd say.
Yeah, I think I would second that. A lot of work this year has been about trying to land the specifications and really get every last detail written out and out there so we can finalize them.
I'm also very excited about the accessibility guidelines that we published. And thank you, Manish, for your hard work on that.
I think Brandon did more work on that one, but you're welcome.
So tell us what's on the dock for what you guys are working on for the future. What can we expect to see in maybe the next 12 months or maybe longer?
So right now, we're currently in the middle of rechartering the Immersive Web Working Group for the next lot of features for WebXR, which we're going to be working on over the next couple of years. So here are just a few of the things which we have listed on the charter. This may be subject to change because this hasn't been voted on yet. But here are some of the things which we're putting forward. So we have the new navigation features to let people move from one immersive website into another without being dropped back down to the 2D web page, which is incredibly exciting and for me is one of the key features of the metaverse. And another big one that's really exciting is the one that was proposed by WebKit, which is the model element. So for displaying 3D models on 2D web page, but also with some XR abilities as well.
It is seriously an honor to be connected with you guys. So thank you.
Normal people just doing that. I'd say we're just doing our jobs, but as you heard earlier, none of us really work in XR.
Creator of the Year nominee Dulce Baerga came by the virtual red carpet to share her story of over 25 years working in 3D. Here are some clips of Dulce's impressive WebXR story.
I basically started my entire career in 1996 when I bought my domain dulce.com. And I'm now turning that domain into a smart contract. So coming soon, dulce.com will be able to mint avatars on dulce.com. That started my whole journey into becoming a technologist. And I was really trying to figure out how best am I going to make these experiences that I want to make. And when WebXR was introduced, and then, I see Mozilla Hubs is available, I said, this is where it is. I was able to build out this beautiful scene in WebXR for a major hotel chain in Singapore, major hotel building in Singapore. And I basically built out the entire Marina Bay of Singapore in hubs. And that was such an experience. And I'm right now I'm diving back into building out brand spaces like that again for my dulce.com. And when I discovered the ability to make an avatar in Second Life, I was able to satisfy some needs that were lacking in my real life, needs and wants that I couldn't have in my real life anymore, namely buying clothing. Because becoming a mother, all your money has to go to your family. So prior to being a mother, I spent a lot of my money on clothes and looking cute. And so after giving birth to children, I wasn't able to buy clothing and spend the money that I wanted to on the fashion that I wanted. And making avatars is my end all be all goal. Is to, if I could just sit around, make avatars all day and get paid for that, I would be happy. Like I would just be a pig in mud, just making avatars all day, just avatar, that's how I would be. And the avatars I create are completely interoperable, by the way I make them. And I make a version for every platform. I understand the pipeline now to get it into Sansart, to get into VR chat, to get it anywhere you need. So I'm doing that. But I also love supporting other avatar makers like Ready Player Me. And I'm a Ready Player Me partner. And I'm looking, hopefully when they open up the platform a little bit more, I'm looking to bring some of the wearables that I have into their platform as well and start sharing some of the clothing and the hair and the makeup and things that I'm working on my avatars on their platform. And to me, that's very important to be partnering with other WebXR technologists in the space and to support each other and to not compete with each other. We might all kind of be doing the same thing in essence, but the more diversity that we have in the platforms, in the way the platforms operate, in the way they connect with each other, and the style and the aesthetic, the more people will jump into the space and be interested. If we're all working together to share content, to partner with each other, to be as interoperable as possible, I think that'll be a win for all of us.
Hey everyone, it's Sophia and Karen here in the Polly's World and VRLand Live. We're here for a very special part of the show. What is so special about WebXR is the ability to be truly interoperable, and we're going to demonstrate traveling from this WebXR world to our XR Woman Museum in frame.
Yeah. And we also want to take this opportunity to thank Dulce Baerga, who we just heard from, for her amazing work in avatar creation. She is creating custom avatars for me, Sophia, and Julie Smithson, and we can't wait to try them out and to take them across the world. They're really incredibly beautiful, and Dulce is wonderfully talented, and we're super excited about this opportunity.
All right, Karen, are you ready to go?
I think so, Sophia.
We'll meet you in there.
Okay.
Let's go.
My navigation's wrong. Okay.
I can't say I do.
Hey, Caitlin, what's going on?
Sophia.
Fancy seeing you here. Hey, Karen. Hey, Julie.
Hi there. We made it. We
This
made it
was
to the other
awesome.
side.
We made it to the other side.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Welcome.
Caitlin throwing out some
Hi.
hearts.
Yes, I am. This is an extended red carpet for me, so I love just being part of the show and celebrating here. Yeah, how's your journey been?
It's been great. Yeah, Caitlin, so you're a member of our XR Woman community, and you're also nominated for Creator of the Year, as well as part of nomination for Event of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's my honor to be nominated. Yeah, I worked so hard to bring immersive storytelling to the WebXR world. And for me, that's really what it's about, combining well-being with storytelling and animations. So yeah, the Mary Shelley experience was something where I was taking poetry and some of the stories that Mary Shelley produced to actually influence her to create Frankenstein, and take that tale, set it in a Gothic mansion, and then make it come alive with some of the shared stories and the poetry that you can have in immersive theater. So it ended up being an experience kind of like Sleep No More, and also Discoveries in the Mansion. And as a creator, it's been my real honor to focus on the state of flow. So a lot of what I'm doing is trying to invite people into a creative mindset, tapping into that flow energy of a mix of safe challenges and skill building, really working on something I call metaverse fluency. What does it mean to be fluent in the metaverse, to use these technologies in really mindful ways that accelerate our leadership and our learning skills? So yeah, it's been such an honor to be nominated, and there's more underway at a space called Flow Camp. So I have things on my site at CaitlinKraus.com if anyone wants to experience the flow and jump in.
Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Caitlin. That sounds amazing, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing at in immersive technology. And congratulations again on your nominations. And
I
Caitlin.
want to just quickly give a shout out to the Science VR
All
team.
right.
There's Jackie Lee and Yenlin Kuo. They are part of the creators underneath the platform that we built for Mary Shelley, as well as a bunch of other experiences, Alice in Wonderland, so many stories. So that Science VR team partnered with Mindwise to create some of those WebXR. So Jackie, Yenlin, celebrating today our nomination for the Polys. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Congratulations,
All right.
Caitlin. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Karen. Thanks, Sophia.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you for being here.
All right.
And-
All right, guys.
Wow.
We
Yeah.
are actually out of time in the XR Woman
no.
Museum, but please, everyone, please come visit us. This is one of the watch party worlds for the Polys, and we are going to get back to the show.
Okay, bye everyone.
Bye everybody.
Framevr.io/XR Women Museum. Check it out.
Sophia, you've done it again. What a great red carpet. Thank you for bringing us such an amazing lineup of WebXR innovators. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the second Polly's WebXR Awards. I am your host, Julie Smithson. And happy Valentine's Day to everyone. What a massive year it has been for XR. A year ago, when we brought you the first Polly's, we called 2020 year zero. And year one, 2021, did not disappoint. At the first Polly's, we called our watch parties the Meta Multiverse. And later in the year, when Mark Zuckerberg declared that Facebook was going to become a metaverse company, he didn't mean that my company, Metaverse, was going to acquire it. But he did do us all a favor by settling, perhaps once and for all, what we call this thing of ours: VR, AR, MR, XR, spatial computing, the metaverse. By November at AWE, we had so many metaverse drinking games. We had a metaverse drinking game. Seemingly overnight, this term that had been around for 30 years gained critical mass. And there's a good reason for it. Verse, as in the universe, conveys space, and people get that. And that's what we needed. And adoption has been ramping up, and the world has begun to change, just like we knew it would. But we've got a lot of work to do to get this next era right. And that's why we work to convene the community to keep the conversation going. To make sure we each have agency in this future we are creating, our theme for tonight. Every company and brand knows they need to have a presence in the metaverse. Just like they needed a website and social media, executive job titles now have of the metaverse in them. Everyone and their cousin seems to have put metaverse and NFTs in their LinkedIn and Twitter taglines. That to us is proof positive. We're in the right place and at the right time. Another big part of the 2021 zeitgeist has been the rise of NFTs. And last year, we were the first award show to make NFTs out of our trophies before it was cool. And this year, we're the first show to present all of our nominees with minted 3D laurels. The XR Metascape is vast, from AAA games to virtual production and volumetric video to collaboration and training tools and data visualization, and of course, social XR. Our publication, xrcollaboration.com, charts some of this, but we're still in a fast-moving expansion into this new era rife with innovation. This is what's so exciting. We're watching the future, getting it invented, and we're building the metaverse together. Making this year's show reminds us what a vibrant community we have filled with remarkable and passionate people. We've chosen WebXR as our slice of the metaverse to celebrate because of the importance of what it means to be able to deliver immersive experiences over the open web. We use WebXR as a virtual production platform. Most of the video footage, visuals in our shows, and our trailers are built and shot in WebXR, and we encourage you to try it. It is a canvas with infinite possibilities that leverages all of the mediums that came before. But the web is the distribution platform, and XR is the medium. The metaverse is a virtual place we're collectively building. And when we talk about accessibility, we mean both the ability to get to the content and that the content itself is built to be consumed by people who are differently abled. And WebXR is designed to be inclusive to all. And these are the values we hold dear. Native apps are not going anywhere. And they will always have their place in headsets just like they do on phones, tablets, TVs, and watches. Apps provide lower level access to a device's sensor and processor, and they will always be capable of more than a browser. And Web GPU is going to bring enhanced visual fidelity to web content, and WebXR experiences are just going to keep getting better. This year, WebXR showed us some stunning innovations, and that set a new bar for immersive content, period. Some of the experiences no one would have ever thought would have been possible in a browser yet. But here we are. And with all of this momentum, we've entered 2022 with no doubt that WebXR has a huge year ahead. A common theme of our WebXR Summit Series in 2021 was advocacy for the adoption of standards. And as a result of sourcing our own community for solutions, it led us to a new initiative called Metatraversal. Metatraversal will help bring the stakeholders of the metaverse together to accelerate cooperation on solving some of the biggest technical challenges, including interoperability standards. We are delighted to hear the W3C Immersive Web is reworking its charter to include portal interoperability. We'll be back at AWE in June, demonstrating interoperability live on stage, demonstrating with Metatraversal. Our WebXR Summit Series this year was in 3 installments: the Developer, Business, and Design Summits, hosted respectively by Trevor Flowers, Samantha Matthews, and Kemp Bai, with over 60 sessions, 130 speakers, 160 companies, all sharing their knowledge and wisdom on how we can advance the WebXR platform together. This year, the WebXR Summit Series continues with the theme of Applied WebXR, with the Education Summit hosted by Karen Alexander, the Brand Summit hosted by Sophia Moshasha, and the Production Summit hosted by Daniel Dabrowski-Bryant, all co-hosted again by yours truly. We'd like to thank Futurewei Technologies for sponsoring our programs and being such a great partner in advancing the WebXR ecosystem. Now it's time to kick off our expanded show. And last year we had 11 categories. This year we have 17, and some of last year's awards have been renamed, and we have 6 new ones, including the ROX Award, the Return on Experience, our Impact Award, plus Augmented Reality Experience and Video Experience of the Year. Also, Software and Platform of the Year, and our new Community Honor. We also have 3 features to highlight some amazing work, and another first, a halftime show live from the metaverse brought to you by Onboard XR. All of this is brought to you with love by our community. And we'd like to thank AWE for carrying our show on AWE Live, which is a great place to watch it. We'd also like to thank FIVARS for setting up a special video room to watch 3 nominated videos in WebXR. And to our jurors, we appreciate you taking the time to review all of these nominations and vote for the winners. Special thanks also goes to our watch party hosts, Athena and Doug and Big Rock Creative in our own Altspace Red Carpet Theater, built by the amazing Cause and Christie. Also, Chris Madsen and Daniel Dabrowski-Bryant holding down our watch party in the Ready Player Golf Clubhouse and Engage, and our WebXR watch parties, Worlds by Matt Cool in Hubs, Arnold Putz in VRLand, and the XR Women Museum in Frame. We encourage each of you to watch Party Hop and enjoy the show across the metaverse together as a community. So go to thepolys.com/metaverse and find out how you can join us, and we'll see you in the meta multiverse. I'm Julie Smithson, and you're watching the Polys WebXR Awards.
Thanks, Julie. I'm here today to talk about how WebXR advances human agency. WebXR is more than a device API specification. It's an idea. It's a principle. WebXR's promise is to empower individuals with agency as stakeholders in the metaverse. Agency for creators and developers to make experiences that build once and run on every device. Agency to upload these experiences to servers they manage. Agency to make experiences instantly available globally with a simple URL. And very importantly, agency to trust that the investment on experiences built today will still run tomorrow. WebXR is forward compatible in the same way that websites from decades past will still load in today's browsers. This is in contrast to native apps that arbitrarily break your world and force the expense of updating it or abandoning it. WebXR-enabled browsers also build in the most important agency of all, agency for the user. For example, WebXR browsers use an opt-in model for features that have user privacy implications. Today, we've seen this agency in action. Arnold Poots is the creator of the VRLand platform where one of our watch parties is being hosted. No one told Arnold that he couldn't get fully immersive traversal working between two different WebXR platforms. So he built a mechanism that allows users to walk through a portal in VRLand directly into a connected experience in Frame without breaking immersion. And that was made possible by setting the browser permission built into WebXR that lets the user choose to allow this agency. Part of the mission of the Poly's WebXR Awards, the WebXR Summit Series, and our Meta Traversal initiative is highlighting the good works of others. And part of it is promoting cooperation and collaboration to accelerate the development of interoperability and open standards. Low-cost, widely available XR hardware is coming, and when it gets here, we're going to need content, lots of content. That is why we are here, on the frontier of this new medium of immersive experiences, cheering on the makers who are making it happen. 10 years from now, today's metaverse will look even more quaint than the web of 30 years ago. Low poly 3D experiences will be as nostalgic as 8-bit 2D graphics are today. This we know. But what we don't know is if we will apply the lessons the web has already taught us. If we will be resilient and self-aware enough to rise to the challenges of delivering the safe and inclusive metaverse we imagine. I'm heartened by how this community comes together to cooperate on our shared aspirations. This is the foundation and the spirit we need to steer the ship of humanity forward, and in doing so, to keep our agency. Go forth, my friends, and let us build a shared metaverse together. Thank you, and have a great day.
We are proud to kick off this year's show, bringing you this new award, Augmented Reality Experience of the Year, in the very first year we could. Last year, it was still too early to build a category around augmented reality in WebXR. The AR module for the WebXR device API was still not ready, but now we're finally starting to see true WebXR apps that support both AR and VR and run in stereoscopic headsets. Today, we are proud to have here with us the OGest of AR OGs, someone who has been leading the international augmented reality community for over 15 years and has helped become a thing in the first place. He's the man who prognosticates from the future and says that XR is a $1 trillion opportunity by 2030. We actually think it will be more. He is the founder of Super Ventures, the Augmented World Expo, and the Augie Awards, and AWE Live, which is carrying our show today. Now here to present the very first award for AR and WebXR, Mr. Ori Invar. Welcome, Ori.
Thank you, Julie. I loved the awesome live AR demonstrations of WebXR that you, Ben, Terry, and Christy put together at the last AWE in November. Some of these demos actually made it to the nominations this year, so I was really excited. Wait, but where are you guys? Oh, I see. Oh, I can see. I'm really so excited to see AR being delivered into headsets with WebXR. And we're definitely looking forward to having you back this June in Santa Clara to show us some more immersive experiences instead of the boring PowerPoint presentations that we're so used to. Tickets, by the way, are on sale for AWE, so check it out on the website. You know, in the last 15 years, I dedicated myself to helping advance the AR industry and to really help it bring it to the mainstream. You know, as an entrepreneur, ecosystem builder, as a mentor to thousands of XR startups, and as an investor. And I feel like now we're finally entering the golden age of XR. So it's really a very exciting year. And you know, throughout these years, I've been trying to meet everyone in AR to kind of to see what people are doing and try to help out. And then 2 years ago, right before the pandemic hit us, on February 12th, so it's 2020, so it's exactly 2 years ago, I gave a talk at the AR in Action conference at the MIT. And then this guy walks up to me and, you know, is like talking about WebXR, so much passion behind it. It turns out that guy was Ben Irwin, which went on to create the polys. So Ben, the cycle is closed. We met again this past AWE in November, and lo and behold, he asked me to inaugurate this first award for AR in WebXR. So that's pretty exciting. But why focus on these experiences? Why now? You know, these experiences may not be as shiny as some of the AR you see today on smartphones, but it's the future. And I think in the coming years, we'll see a lot more AR glasses come to the market, more of them geared for consumers. And at some point in the next few years, we'll hit an inflection point where more AR experiences run on glasses than on phones. For now, you know, WebXR is probably not as mature on AR glasses as on mobile devices. So it's still pretty much challenging for developers to put out really cool experiences on it. But that's why this category and the nominations in this category are getting special points, special bonus points for running these AR experiences using WebXR on smart glasses and headsets. And I'm very excited that we're finally recognizing this category. Even Apple has built WebXR into WebKit, and more support is coming, including support for WebGPU. In case in point, Apple even hired a 2-time Poly Award winner as one of its engineers. So that's definitely kind of demonstrating how important this is and how much promise this new category has in store. I hope that all of you creators and developers out there are listening carefully, because this is a huge opportunity. I'm personally very bullish on XR. I believe it will reach $1 trillion market size by 2030. And since it will have to run on the web to reach the most people possible, WebXR will be a huge part of this market. And now, the nominees for WebXR Augmented Reality Experience of the Year are World Demolisher by Oren de Panter Weisman at Total Viz. This is a game published using the Panter's WebXR export to Unity. A320, a cockpit simulator by Yinch Yeap and Playco Studios, which is a training experience published using Wonderland engine. Texas Blackout by Flow Immersive with Michael Benigno and Jason Marsh. This is a really interesting experience about the shocking price gouging that took place in the unregulated Texas energy market during the power crisis a year ago. And 8i volumetric player with Hayes Mackaman. 8i has had support for AR in the past, but this year it's fully integrated into a WebXR player, and it lets you project volumetric video of Hayes into your room, just like we've seen Princess Leia do in the past. And the winner of the WebXR Augmented Reality Experience of the Year is A320 Cockpit Simulator by Yinch Yeap and Playcode Studios.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Polys. And like every live broadcast, there's going to be a few glitches behind the scenes, so we're just adjusting our audio. We apologize for that. Yeah, so they said one day that I would have to go to Red Carpet Live, and we're recognizing some of the most amazing, talented people out in the industry. And as you can see, we'll definitely catch up with Yinch and his thank you speech. And we have many more other nominees to recognize today in categories. And yeah. Okay, so holding off a live show here, just standing by, waiting for direction. Yeah, standing by. Thank you. All right. Well, hey, it's the Polys. It's WebXR Awards. I guess I can try and hold my own here when we're trying to multiply all these different worlds and Zoom worlds, as well as WebXR worlds. We've got browsers, we've got portals, all sorts of things. So, you know, this is a very complex show, and we're able to feed all of these different worlds into this live show, which the complexity of is really, really tricky. So I'm proud to be on this team. There's a team that's working behind with the amount of nominees. I think we have over 60 people behind the scenes that are going to be nominated and ready to accept their awards if they've won, and also be recognized. So the categories that we have this year: AR Experience of the Year, which you just heard. We've also got Framework of the Year coming up and Platform of the Year. And then we're going to do a really, really cool demo and showcase a demo of the baby time analysis, which is going to be a really neat perspective from taking a look of the data that one can put into an AR experience and take a look at the amount of time it takes to the amount of time it takes to take care of an infant. So yeah, I think we might be doing a quick check into one of our virtual worlds, and we're going to have Sophia in the Engage ceremony, in the Engage platform to continue our ceremony. So Okay, so let's see, what else can I share? Meta traversal, as we start to portal through these worlds, and there's avatars and all sorts of assets that we have with us. What does that portaling look like? And that's something that Sophia and Karen managed to do from VRLand into Frame. And that was a pretty big accomplishment of being able to, move from one world into the other. And yeah, it's the complexity around understanding what the best practices and the privacy standards are around all of this it's a conversation that, we need to have these conversations. So, yeah. I'm watching myself on the screen, and yeah, I guess this is the mid-show entertainment commercial for us to come back into the other side. So yeah, we think we've solved this audio issue, and we're going to bring Yinch back and see if we can get his acceptance speech back into the wings here. So team, whenever you're ready.
Don't go first, that's what they always say. I'm honored to have won this Augmented Reality Award and really feel quite privileged to be alongside such other great AR developers as the rest of the nominees. So much of what I've been able to achieve has been with the support of the WebXR community on Discord, with using the Wonderland engine, and also with the support of my client, Leading Edge Aviation in Oxford. I'm really looking forward to what the year ahead brings, and I'm sure we'll be making even greater things in AR in the year to come. Thank you so much for the award, and congratulations to all the other nominees as well.
And now for the category we kicked off last year's show with, Framework of the Year. Before we do, we have to give a nod to A-Frame and Babylon.js that were both nominated in this category last year, but Troika won. Babylon.js, which is backed by Microsoft, is making amazing things possible, including the Frame platform. A-Frame is the framework that so many WebXR experiences are built in and is the foundation of hubs. So we hereby moving these frameworks to exalted status at the WebXR Awards. And we'd like to thank the teams behind these projects that have made a huge difference in accelerating this medium by making it possible for independent developers to make compelling immersive experiences across devices. And in keeping with tradition, well, no, it's just a coincidence we have a Frenchman presenting in this category again this year. Last year, our friend Sakar Keita presented this, and now we welcome Fabien Beneteau to introduce the nominees for the code that is making WebXR happen. Fabien, thanks again for your presentation at the WebXR Business Summit, where you shared how UNICEF and the EU are using WebXR. Tell us, who do we have nominated for your Framework of the Year for 2021?
Thanks, Julie. When it comes down to it, WebXR experiences are a website made of JavaScript, sometimes with help from other technologies like WebAssembly. But our code, and this year we're highlighting 3 open source code frameworks that accelerate WebXR development. And the nominees for Framework of the Year are ReactXR by the Palmandras Collective. React is the most popular component-based modern JavaScript library. React 3 Fiber allows 3JS to be written in React, and ReactXR makes it really easy to make components that leverage React 3 Fiber. Oleg Dubenko presented ReactXR at the WebXR Developer Summit to show us how easy it is to create immersive experiences on the React stack. AR.js by Niccolo Capignoli. AR is at last coming of age on the web, and AR.js is the leading library that is helping to merge the AR cloud and the immersive web by providing a robust framework that allows augmented reality experiences to be rapidly prototyped. Janus Web, maintained and kept up to date by Developer of the Year nominee James Baicioanu. Janus Web, an open source framework, has been around for years, but now utilizes the latest feature of the WebXR device API. Event of the Year nominee FIVARS, the Festival of Virtual and Augmented Reality Storytelling, is a world built using Janus Web. And the winner of Framework of the Year is ReactXR.
And the winner is ReactXR with Oleg Dubenko. Congratulations, Oleg, to you and your team for this amazing Framework of the Year award and your team's win.
Ivo, welcome. You have been doing incredible work over the last year with OMI, the Open Metaverse Interoperability Group, working hands-on with the community and the W3C to drive the conversation around interoperability in the metaverse. The panel you moderated for us at the WebXR Business Summit helped inspire our Metatraversal initiative, which you have been chairing. Thank you for your leadership and the tangible impact we're seeing as a result. We've asked you here to introduce Platform of the Year. Here to tell us about our nominees, our friend, Ivo Heining. Thanks for being here, Ivo.
Thank you, Julie. What a momentous time this is. Your presence and your collective works are such a gift to this thriving community. I'm grateful to be here with you to celebrate the creators using WebXR as a vehicle for delivering accessible experiences across devices. It's one thing to build a single experience using a software or a framework, but it's quite another to build a platform that allows the metaverse to scale. That's why I'm proud to present this renamed award, Platform of the Year, to celebrate 4 very different but very powerful platforms. And the nominees for Platform of the Year are Ready Player Me, Wolf 3D's avatar platform, also up for a return on experience poly, is bringing avatars that people love to the masses. Their strategy of building interoperable avatars that use the GLTF format to deploy on countless platforms that are easy to customize makes them unrivaled in the avatar space. Their compatibility with native VR and WebXR platforms alike makes them a nominee for Platform of the Year. Somnium Space Web. The Somnium Space platform is built for native VR. Somnium Space Web. The Somnium Space platform is built for native VR, but Artur Sychov had the vision to port it to WebXR. Somnium Space has virtual real estate that you can own and supports NFT-linked experiences. Somnium's platform supports the creator community by integrating Web3 transactions and WebXR, making parcels accessible on all types of devices. Dreamwave. Active Theory's WebXR platform Dreamwave already has an amazing track record of working with popular entertainment properties. Active Theory's optimization and scalability accomplish what was thought to be impossible. Their event, Porter Robinson's Secret Skye, set new records for size of audience, and their events are accessible across devices to draw worldwide participation. Cyber. Cyber is a company and a platform providing Unreal Experience to WebXR portability. The experiences out of Grace Weber's Virtual Studio have the most single nominations at this year's Polys, with 4, because of the next level visual fidelity that they get using Unreal Engine to build WebXR experiences. Cyber's intention is to make their platform available as a creator tool, and they are leading the way to bring the music industry into the metaverse with extraordinary quality that no one expected was possible in WebXR. And the winner is Ready Player Me by Wolf 3D.
Hey everyone, on behalf of Ready Player Me, I will accept this award. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the Ready Player Me team for Platform of the Year.
Now for something a little different. This is the first of 3 special features at this year's Polys, where Sophia will highlight human interest stories around selected nominees. Baby time analysis may sound like a rather unusual title, but it's actually spot on in being descriptive, and it's a wonderful personal story. This past November, it came into our radar that a TikTok video of Kristen Cuneo presenting a data visualization story went viral. And the reason it did was that it showed something that families could relate to: the amount of time it takes to care for an infant. Using Flow Immersive, Kristen presented the data visualization in AR. Since Flow natively supports AR and VR, and this video demonstrated a key use case for WebXR, this story at its core is about our humanity capturing one of the most precious and important things we all share: time spent nurturing. And that's why it's nominated for our new Return on Experience Award.
And every data point took time, ranging from 5 minutes for a diaper change to 30 minutes for a feeding on average. And that's a lot when you add it up. And the real kicker is when it happens: 24 hours a day. The midnight bottle feed play by my husband in the 3rd week made it finally possible for me to get more than a 3-hour stretch of sleep. So I don't know, maybe we call it a diaper dashboard or a poopy plot.
So Kristen, you are here today for a very special reason. You actually partnered up with your husband, Michael, to use his 3D spatialized data visualization platform called Flow. And you basically tracked data points of every bottle feed, breastfeed, diaper change that you completed in the first 7 weeks after giving birth to your daughter.
Wow, what an incredible response to the data story of the first 7 weeks of our daughter's life. Because my husband is the data guy, I'm gonna present the story again, this time in XR. What you're seeing here is the first 7 weeks of our daughter's life. Every diaper change, breastfeed, and bottle feed. Objectively, it's a lot. And every data point took time, ranging from 5 minutes for a diaper change to 30 minutes for a feeding on average. And it's a lot when you add it up. And the real kicker is when it happens: 24 hours a day. The midnight bottle feed play by my husband in the 3rd week was key to me finally getting more than a 3-hour stretch of sleep. So, I don't know, maybe we call it a diaper dashboard or a poopy plot?
But your presentation was especially special because it received 3 million views on TikTok. It was featured on Good Morning America, Mashable, among many other prominent mediums. And that's incredible. I mean, first of all, how did that make you feel?
That was astounding. I think what's particularly striking for me is that the data, like the actions that we took and the data that we collected, is a really human experience.
It really gave visibility into what the mother's life is like, and especially the working mom. And I think it's really important to draw importance to that. And I think a lot of women especially maybe appreciated that you were visualizing the type of work that actually goes into this, and that it did show that it was a 24-hour job for the duration of that 7 weeks. So that was pretty impressive. What were some of the other reactions that you received from the video?
The reactions were really incredible. How even though, they went through this, I don't know, 15 years ago, seeing the story really like brought them to tears because it was just such a visceral experience that maybe wasn't necessarily recognized at the time, right? Because again, it's invisible, it's often invisible labor, it's happening. People said that they felt a sense of massive relief, right? Of finally like being seen in a way that maybe others, they hadn't been recognized in their circles or in their communities.
Thank you so much, Kristen, for telling your story. It was truly an amazing one. And we hope this does inspire people to use tools like this in spatialized formats.
Hello, party people. It's another check-in live and engage in the Ready Player Golf Club here with Chris Madsen of Engage to help tell us a little bit about this space and what this is about.
Well, welcome to Engage, everybody. We have all of our friends back here enjoying this incredible watch party. What a wonderful awards ceremony. This is amazing. This is the Ready Player Golf Clubhouse. This is, for many, many, many months now, over a year actually, we've been meeting together as industry leaders to socialize in this space and enjoy a round of golf. One of the funnest things to do when you're networking is over a round of golf. So we had to figure out at some point, how in the world do we meet in a place like Engage for that social, and then at our convenience, grab 3 of our friends and hop through a portal to another existing application. So in this case, we worked with Golf Plus to create portals in which we could just walk through straight from Engage and onto a completely different app. We talk about this ability to have interportability with avatars and objects. And, there's the website and then there's the standalone applications. We are working very hard at figuring out how we're going to incorporate all of that into a meta-traversal experience so we never have to take off that headset. So we are going to continue to push on how to bring apps together, as well as working with our friends in the WebXR space to be able to jump into those platforms as well. This idea that we can, for example, if we need a tool, if we wanted to collaboratively build something in 3D, perhaps you walk straight through a portal into something like Gravity Sketch or multi-brush, where you could collaboratively build something like this, which is, this ability to build something in another application and just bring it very easily into our own space. So we're going to continue to work hard at that.
That's so exciting, and it's so great to see you again, Chris, and hear from you. Please come in and watch the show from the Engage Party Room. We'll see you guys later. Back to the show.
Bye.
Events on any platform are tricky because of capacity and scalability issues. 2021 saw a lot of progress in terms of scalability in WebXR. As the metaverse expands, matures, and solves these issues, you can be sure we'll see virtual events become the norm. Here to introduce the nominees for our new category Event of the Year, the host of the WebXR Production Summit coming in October, a man who has produced more virtual events than he can count, the co-founder of Educators in VR and the director of the Virtual World Society, our friend, Daniel DeBosky-Bryant.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Julie, and thank you for being such a dynamic leader for the entire XR community. Last year, I got to be on Sophia's red carpet, and Educators in VR held a watch party in Altspace. This year, I'm hugely honored to be presenting the first WebXR Event of the Year award, and I hope you come and hang out and watch the show with me in the Ready Player Golf Clubhouse in Engage. Events are a hard category to stay on top of and to judge because they come and go. And if you didn't catch the live show, often you can't catch them at all, or the world is empty when you arrive. They are staggered throughout the year as well, and there are so many of them. 2021 had some epic events held in WebXR, in some phenomenal words featuring incredible innovations. And the time has arrived for us to create the Event of the Year category. And the nominees for Event of the Year are Porter Robinson's Secret Skye by Active Theory. On April 24th, Secret Skye came out of nowhere and blew everybody's minds, creating an unforgettable first-of-its-kind event. You spawn into a cave to come out on a field with a giant video screen in a music festival full of avatars displaying labels from where they are in the world. A giant tree and a palace give views from high above. The lighting is sampled from the video and a cube room with visuals oscillating to the music. I could go on, but we have 4 more nominees. Onboard XR by the Jigsaw Ensemble led by Brendan Bradley. Onboard XR is a performance art ensemble that brings live shows into WebXR. They do dance, improv, painting, choose your own adventure, escape rooms, and puppetry live in WebXR, where the artists devise their own world. Onboard brings WebXR content into the realm of live theater, and we will be performing a special halftime show for us here today. Mary Shelley, Sci-Fi, Gothic Stories, and Frankenstein by Caitlin Krause and Science VR. Creator of the Year nominee Caitlin Krause partnered with World of the Year nominee Science VR Hubs to create the event Mary Shelley, Sci-Fi, Gothic Stories, and Frankenstein. Caitlin wrote a poem to celebrate Mary Shelley's 224th Jubilee, held in a world fashioned as a Gothic mansion that you can visit. FIVARS by Keram, Malick Sanchez, Stephanie Greenall, and James Baicioanu. The venerable festival of international virtual and augmented reality storytelling has been around since 2015 as an in real life event. COVID drove the event into WebXR using hubs for 2020, and it returned as a hybrid event in 2021 using Janus Web. The FIVARS world is designed as an aquarium with jellyfish and sea anemones. Kiosks allow guests to access the stereoscopic video content through their WebXR video player. Unwanted Waters by Unwired Dance Theatre. Also part of the Onboard XR experience, we have as a separate nomination for its unique and innovative performance by Clémence de Baïc, bringing her live dance performance into WebXR using motion capture. Clémence choreographs interactive and participatory experiences that explore notions of control, empathy, and intimacy. And the winner is Porter Robinson's Secret Skye by Active Theory.
And congratulations to Active Theory and their team for the project Secret Skye, recognizing Michael Anthony, Nick Mountford, Andy Thilander, and Porter Robinson. Congratulations to your team for this award.
Producing this year's show has reminded us how vibrant and committed this community is. For our first ever community award, our friend Trevor Flowers, who hosted our WebXR Developer Summit last May and recently stepped down as editor of the Immersive Web Weekly to start his own publication, Transmutable News. Trevor has been a chair of the W3C community group and regularly enriches us with his insightful tweets. Here to present our first community award are 2 gentlemen we also owe them a huge debt of gratitude to for their ongoing work to make sure our WebXR community has a growing public audience to serve, the guys behind the MetaQuest browser that are helping bring WebXR to the masses. Please welcome Jacob Rossi and David Hill.
Thanks so much, Julie.
Yes, thanks, Julie. A strong sense of community is the lifeblood of a successful developer platform. It is especially important when executing on an ambition as radical as ushering in the next generation of the web for the metaverse. To do that requires us to come together to share ideas, recognize each other's contributions, challenge each other, welcome newcomers, and ultimately work together to take this seed of a vision we all share and grow it into something the entire world will enjoy.
Building community takes work, and that work is sometimes overshadowed by the shininess of the cool tech we're all here for. That's why it's important that we recognize individuals who are helping us form a better community and facilitating the conversation of technological progress. There are few people that have played such an active role in supporting and enriching our community as Trevor Flowers.
Trevor's leadership in the Immersive Web Working Group and stewardship as editor of the Immersive Web Weekly newsletter has had a substantial impact in shaping and growing our community. So many of us have relied on Trevor's work to stay up to date on the latest experiences, frameworks, events, and news in the world of WebXR.
Trevor always shows up as a deep and serious thinker, someone who cares deeply about the web, how it's evolving, and how it should evolve in the XR era. Without pulling any punches, he helps us frame our ongoing conversations and always welcomes new people into the community.
And with that, it is our distinct pleasure and distinguished honor
to present Trevor Flowers Smith with a Poly to honor his contributions to the wider web. Congratulations, Trevor.
Oh gosh, thank you. Every time I think about community and sort of the act of being a part of community, it's just so clear to me that it takes hundreds of people to make anything of size happen. You know, everything from the boring work of organizing face-to-faces or calls, weekly calls, all the way through to spec writing and all of the people who sort of trickle in information and conversation, and then the editors who actually do the work of forming that into something that, you know, we move forward with as an agreement. All of that is just, it's sort of the best thing about the immersive web community. And then being able to write about it for a couple of years now and continuing on, you know, so I think I've been awarded a community. And so I'm deeply grateful to actually get this award, but, you know, I already feel like I have won the lottery in a way. So thank you so much.
Trevor, thanks so much for playing such an active role, not just in advancing the state of the art of the wider web and WebXR, but for making this a fun, inclusive, and collaborative community.
What really stood out for me, though, as someone new to the space, was the job you did connecting and building a durable community and making newcomers like me feel welcome. So thanks for that.
Well done, Trevor, for getting the community award. You've really deserved it. After all these years from chairing the community group, editing the Immersive Web Weekly, which has been a fantastic community resource for highlighting all the important things going on in the group. So thank you for all the work you've done for WebXR, and I'm wishing you all the best for the future.
Absolutely. I wanted to add my thanks to Trevor. You've been an absolute pillar of the immersive web community, and this award is richly deserved.
Congratulations, Trevor. I will miss your very witty comments on the overview of the week.
Congratulations, Trevor. It's been great working with you, and I'm so glad to see all the stuff you continue to do for the WebXR community.
Trevor, thank you so much for what you've done for the WebXR world. Your voice in WebXR is one of the inspirations that led me to try to pursue it as a way of solving people's problems. I really look forward to all the things you're doing in the future.
Congratulations on the award today. I can't think of anyone who deserves it more. And just thank you for, you know, all the positivity and creativity that you share on Twitter, all the encouragement that you send to me and so many other members of our community.
Hey, Trevor, you've been an invaluable member of the community for many, many years, starting with the spec work that you've done and your work on Firefox Reality and your continued work just, you know, propping the community up and giving us a place to focus and also speaking to the ethics behind what we're doing. So thank you for all that you've done.
Hey, Trevor, congratulations. I just want to give a huge shout out to you for all of the work that you do with the community. You're just such a huge contributor and such a friendly face, and I love every time that we get to chat.
This honor, it's well deserved. You've done so much for the community. You've been such a positive guiding light for these efforts to bring the immersive web to life, and I could not be happier that you're being recognized for it today.
One of our new categories, Software of the Year, recognizes the tools that ship experiences. We last caught up with bleeding edge software engineer Tony Rogers at AWE when Terry Schuessler had a conversation with Volumetric Tony live on stage. Please welcome to read our Software of the Year category, Tony Rogers. Thanks, Tony. Who are the nominees today?
Thank you, Julie. It's great to be here. As it saith in the book of Tony Peiris, code talks and bullshit walks. As a WebXR developer and rapid prototyper out on the bleeding edge of various advanced technological platforms in the world, I can absolutely vouch for the fact that WebXR requires many more advanced toolkits, APIs, and SDKs than we currently have access to in its current form. Our Software of the Year category isn't about different softwares of the same type, rather different types of software. A browser, an export plugin for Unity, a WebXR game engine, and 2 different native WebXR creative tools all qualify as software. And the nominees for WebXR Software of the Year are Brushwork. If you've ever fancied being like Bob Ross and painting happy little trees in virtual reality, Brushwork is a beautifully executed native WebXR experience that you can get your zen on and paint until your heart's content. Wolvik Browser, the where were you moment of 2020 for WebXR was when Mozilla laid off its mixed reality team and abandoned support for the Firefox Reality Immersive Browser. But now, Firefox has been resurrected. Igalia, the team that has ported WebXR to all the major browser engines, has forked, rebranded, modernized, and released the Wolvik Browser. The WebXR ecosystem has an immersive browser once again. This is fantastic news. WebXR Export, another great project orphaned by the late great Mozilla mixed reality team. The WebXR Export plugin for Unity was picked up by Oren DePanther Wiseman, who's been keeping it up. The ability to leverage Unity is important for the WebXR community, and DePanther has done an exceptional job maintaining the plugin in its current form. Wonderland Engine. Hats off to the Wonderland Engine team, who has the most overall nominations. 2 are for the software itself, but another 5 experiences are built using it. 3 games and the A320 flight simulator nominated in 2 more categories. Well done, Jonathan Hale and team, for making an engine people are shipping award-winning experiences with. Fariste. Zach Capalvo's WebXR creativity tool has an interface reminiscent of Photoshop, but with tools to create in 3D. This tool has been around since 2020, but Zach, whom we met at the WebXR Design Summit on the Lighting and Textures panel, works hard to make this tool robust. And the winner is Wonderland Engine.
I'm completely blown away. Thank you so much for moving WebXR forward with this event. Wonderland Engine is here to empower developers, and it's the most fulfilling thing for us if we see our community succeed. And I think we've seen this very well throughout this event. We couldn't have done this without the community, like without the feedback from Timmy Koke, Florian Isikci from Construct Arcade, Yinch Yeap from Playco, Elia Dukeshi, who is super active in our community. Thank you so much to all of them. And we're going to be focusing on rendering and extensibility in the upcoming releases. So I hope all of you get a chance to try the engine. And thanks again.
In a complete departure from any storytelling we've seen before, raw emotions unite us, gets us involved in the empowering stories of the Paralympians. Sophia spoke with the people from Foria, Meta, and the International Paralympic Committee to tell us about how this amazing WebXR experience was created.
We have Natalia, Trent, and Jay here with us today, who are being nominated for Experience of the Year and Return on Experience Award for Raw Emotions. Welcome. So, team, you guys are creating some pretty impressive and heartwarming experiences, striving to change perspectives on disability through the use of the immersive web. Tell us a little bit about that overall project and how the theme of the emotions were chosen and how the athletes were chosen for the experience.
Yeah, so Raw Emotions is the story or experience about 5 athletes and their stories of emotion. And the first thing we did was sort of interview them and just talk to them about their story. And then from there, we got to kind of get a deeper look into their lives and their story and what was important to them. And I guess the gravity within their kind of their life story around the emotions that they felt most strongly about. And then we conducted another interview where we recorded them, and then that was what was turned into the audio for the experience. And then the amazing team at Foria brought that to life with the immersive WebXR experience.
At Foria, we really live and breathe immersive technology. We see the power and promise of tools like extended reality and the immersive web, really giving us an opportunity to, open our minds and challenge some of our perceptions in ways that we don't think traditional media has the capacity to do. And so when we're presented really an opportunity to work with the International Paralympics Committee and really, reflect and respect some of the incredibly, awe-inspiring stories that, have led and contributed to the Paralympic journey for so many athletes across the world.
One of the big goals of the project was to change attitudes about people with disabilities, and they face discrimination on a daily basis.
From the Paralympic side of things, how did the messages that we were trying to get across, how did those convey in the medium and the experiences that were created?
Well, for us, one of the big goals of the project was to change attitudes about people with disabilities. There are 15% of the world, 1 billion people have disabilities, and they face discrimination on a daily basis. And whether it's conscious or unconscious bias, this holds them back, and there's a barrier for them taking a full part in life. And so for us, trying to change those attitudes was a really big part of the project. And I think the way it succeeded is the way that we told the athletes' stories. It was really important that we didn't tell the stories with any kind of pity, and we didn't put them on a pedestal. We really wanted the athletes to be seen as people, and for people to also be able to identify with them. And that really came across, I think, with the storytelling. And the other thing is that we know that Paralympic sport can change attitudes about disability, but it's really important for people to be able to experience it. And if they experience it on this deeper level and connect with it, that is the thing that changes attitudes. And this is where this medium is really exciting, because it provides that opportunity for connection that you can only really get if you're there.
I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to the users that have really stepped inside the experience and, had a chance to walk a day in some of these athletes' footsteps.
From a storytelling perspective, WebXR has huge potential, and we also mentioned accessibility. That was incredibly important to us, and it was important that you could enjoy this experience whether you could see or not, whether you could hear or not, that the experience, you could still understand the stories regardless of your abilities. It's probably the most emotional storytelling that I've ever done in my 10 years of Paralympic storytelling. And Paralympic athletes have incredible stories to tell anyway, but in this medium, you feel like you're there with them. And the way that the colors and the images told the story, it was just kind of added to the emotions of it to really kind of take your heart along with it. And there's no other medium that can do that.
We can create something like this that, people can experience all over the world, and we can kind of touch their lives and change perceptions.
And I want to thank all three of you for coming on the show with us today. And thank you for truly doing impressive work in the industry and changing perspectives on disability through your work in the immersive web. It's definitely inspiring to me, and I'm sure it's just as inspiring to people in the audience as well. Thank you again, and congratulations on your nominations this year.
If anybody asks you who coined the phrase return on experience, well, it was actually me. The team liked it so much, we decided to make it a category. Experience is the operative word. This award is about the impact of the experience and the people whose lives it touched. Here to present the ROX Award for Return on Experience is the founder of the upcoming Gatherverse Summit, Christopher Lafayette.
Technology is created in service of humanity, but it's what we build with that's the greater service to humanity. This is why I created the Gatherverse Summit, to guide us in building the metaverse together in a mindful fashion with the greater good as the outcome for which we strive. I'm delighted to have been asked to present the first ROX Award at the Polys for Return on Experience, because this is our Impact Award. It is recognition for efforts that touch people's lives. There are many ways that impact can be accomplished, and our nominees for the ROX Award touch people in different ways. The nominees for the ROX Return of Experience Award are, first, Ready Player Me. Also up for Platform of the Year, Wolf 3D specializes in making personalized cross-platform avatars that work in WebXR and native VR alike using rigged models made in the OpenGLTF format. In 2022, Ready Player Me signed over 1,000 partners that allow users to personalize their avatars and dress them in ways they identify with. Their ubiquity and first mover advantage has made them the toast of the metaverse and the company to beat in this space. Next, Raw Emotions Unites Us. FORIA and the International Paralympic Committee in association with Meta produced a unique experience inspired by the stories of Paralympians. The experience is built around the themes of trust, courage, love, loneliness, and power told in the voice of Paralympians themselves relating their personal stories. Raw Emotions Unite Us also incorporates graphics that convey the physical accomplishments in the sport in which they compete, creating a visceral experience for the viewer. Baby time analysis. Kristen Cuneo and Michael D. Benigno from Flow Immersive documented the first 7 weeks of their daughter's life. No one would contest that being the parent of a newborn is challenging. But what do the repetitive tasks associated with caring for a baby look like when we chart them on a graph? Every breastfeed, every diaper change, every bottle feed was tracked and visualized in AR and displayed in 3D format so that their all-consuming nature is clear, even to those who haven't had the joy of being a parent. But the return on experience was that the video of Kristen's presentation of the 3D AR data went viral with over 2 million views. So many people related to their experience because every parent can relate to the dedication it takes. Baby time analysis sheds light especially on the labor of new mothers, creating empathy for women who have children and fostering understanding about what they face in the early weeks of their children's lives. Up next, Wonderland Engine. One of the great needs in the WebXR ecosystem are user interfaces that allow development. Wonderland Engine is nominated in 2 categories, including ROX and Software of the Year. But 5 more nominations were created using Wonderland Engine that even work in AR. This tool empowers users to create WebXR experiences. And the winner is Raw Emotion Unites Us.
All right, and on behalf of Raw Emotions, Trent Clues de Castella, Rayan Roslin, Natalia Dannenberg-Spryer, congratulations on your win for Return on Experience, the ROX.
WebXR has seen a lot of progress on the gaming front in the past year, but that's nothing compared to what we're expecting to see in the coming year. Here to tell us about the games that are nominated for WebXR Game of the Year is Senior Software Engineer at Google and Spec Editor for the WebXR Device API at the W3C Immersive Web Working Group, Manish Gorgaonkar. Thank you, Manish, for being here.
Thanks, Julie. Games at large have always been a driver for technology, innovation, and adoption. Because WebXR's performance requirements don't match what is required for AAA games, it's not really thought of as a gaming platform yet. But 2021 saw a lot of progress and performance increases and the rise of some really great WebXR games, 3 of which are published in Wonderland engine, which is really remarkable. We're really looking forward to what 2022 will bring to WebXR gaming at the dawn of WebGPU. And the nominees for WebXR Game of the Year are Archery Dungeon. Use green orcs for target practice as they try to march past you, but don't let them enter the portal behind you. This experience by White Rabbit built in Wonderland engine is highly performant with really great graphics. SkiFit 365. Playco Studio also used Wonderland engine in a great fitness app that lets you endlessly ski down a mountain. Again, this experiences high frame rates and real-time stats as you try to stay within the course. Summit Scramble. Air cards with returning nominee 8th Wall, bringing you an uphill battle as you have to keep climbing at the mountain to avoid obstacles and collect rewards to a stomping beat. Plockle. This 3D puzzle game by Dries Kroons is similar to Tetris, but you need to figure out how the pieces fit together. This uses 6-DoF controllers to let you manipulate the pieces and is a great example of how to use 3D to simulate your brain with problem-solving logic. And finally, Santa's Workshop. Timmy Sorscoot Koke, who was nominated last year for Back to Space, built this fun game where you get to be one of Santa's helpers, working an assembly line, building, wrapping, and shipping presents. But don't make a mistake.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, I have audio issues. Wait a second. Oh, I didn't expect this. Truly honored to get nominated and given the award for WebXR Game of the Year. When I initially wanted to get a VR headset, my girlfriend told me if I bought one, I had to make a game, and that game turned out to be Plockle. It's been a year full of struggles, learnings, and meeting awesome people, some of which I specifically want to thank, and in no particular order. Alexander and Paul from Poimandres, Elijah and Joshua from Zesty, Florian and Jonathan from White Rabbit, the Oculus browser team for featuring Plockle, and the more than 100,000 players that played Plockle. A big shout out to the other nominees. And I'm more excited than ever to continue my work within WebXR. And I know for a fact that it'll be a huge part of what we know of as the metaverse. Thank you.
We're in the firsts business, and so it makes sense for us to partner with someone who is too. And out there on the vanguard of using WebXR for live theater with extraordinary flair and passion, please welcome the Onboard XR Theater Troupe with another first, a halftime show live from the metaverse.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Live Theater. I'm in the Mozilla Hub's watch party, and it's all very exciting, except I've noticed that there's no award for non-player characters. You know, we get snubbed all the time. We show up 24/7 doing exactly what we were programmed to do again and again, and there's no recognition. You know, if you went inside my heart, you'd see that we all deserve polys, right? Come on! My heart is racing, my system's shaking. The Polly's halftime show. Just staring at the future of the web. It's so strapping, we got a long way to go. 2, 3, 4. No one cares what I am feeling. They only care how I react. And if the world around me's breaking, why should I have to stay intact? Break down, break back.
The mantle of ombudsperson is recognizing those who make a public stand on ethics and privacy in XR. Last year, cyber guardian Kavya Perlman presented Kent Bai with the Ombudsperson honor. This year, Kent is here to present this year's honoree, Avi Bar-Zeev. Kent, it's always great to see you. Thanks again for the excellent job you did at hosting the WebXR Design Summit. Tell us why Avi Bar-Zeev is Ombudsperson of the Year.
Thanks so much, Julie. So I'm going to be here presenting the Ombudsman Award. I was fortunate enough to receive it, the first award, inaugural award last year. And when I think about this award, I think about the various different issues that are happening within XR technologies. And the one for me that's really at the forefront is privacy and biometric data and what's happening with our data. And so when I think about all the different work that's happened over the past year, I look at a lot of the different articles and pieces that our Avi Bar-Zeev has been producing. And Avi is somebody who I've had a number of different conversations over the years, and he's actually a veteran of XR. A lot of the stuff he's worked on, he can't talk about yet just because he's working on a lot of stuff with both the HoloLens and Apple, and he's got like 34 XR patents. And so he's somebody who is on the low level helping to produce a lot of these immersive technologies, but also is thinking about a lot of these ethical implications of eye tracking technologies and trying to bridge the gap between what the technology can do and explaining the different ethical and moral dilemmas. And these articles that I think are going to be a foundational core for as we start to think about trying to form legislation that he's been a big part of helping move forward that conversation over this past year. So ethics and all these issues of privacy are certainly of utmost concern when we think about XR in general. And so I'm really glad that the WebXR Awards has this Ombudsman Award to be able to honor folks like Avi. So with that, I'm proud to present my friend Avi Bar-Zeev, Avi Bar-Zeev with this year's Poly for Ombudsman of the Year for 2021.
This is a real honor to receive this award. And I want to especially thank Kent Bai for his leadership and for selecting me to be the next year's honoree for this Ombudsman Award, or Ombudsperson, I should say. It's an honor for me because I've spent 30 years now in XR, mostly working behind the scenes. Lately, I've been writing more, but my effort in the past has been working inside big companies to try to help inspire new things to come out, new ideas. And I've been somewhat successful, not always, but I've learned a lot. And at this point, I'm trying to share what I've learned and to help inspire other people. And it's by getting this award, is see it as a little bit of feedback to me that that people are appreciative that I'm spending some time on this. It's not a job for me per se. I really don't get paid for it, but I do it because it's important and I want to give back to a field that has given me so much in the past. So this is one of the ways that I can try to give back by sharing what I've learned about privacy and about safety. And about the future, where things are going, and what's possible. These are all things that I've applied in big companies and in consulting in the past, and now I'm trying to do a little more openly for everyone's benefit. And I really hope that it's useful, and I appreciate any individual people who tell me that it is, or even if they have critiques to tell me what else I could be doing better. That's also helpful to know how I can spend my time and be of most use to this community.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us today for the Polys, the second year in a row WebXR Awards. We're going to take a 15-minute break and just refresh, reset for the second half. We're really excited. We thank everybody for their patience as we get through this show and celebrate and recognize all of the nominees here today. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
when I was approached by Thomas and Skye to be part of this project, using a new technology and a new way to teach these ideas and for kids to really be able to experience this in a visceral way, and using just off-the-shelf web technology. You didn't have to download anything, you didn't have to do anything fancy. These guys were cooking up a way to have a real stereo 3D VR experience with just off-the-shelf stuff. And I was blown away by what they wanted to do. And I was in just with both feet right from the start.
So this project was from the beginning an exploration in education. And I picked up almost randomly the theme of a magical flight. And yes, similar to John, I also have kind of a lot of passion and a background in flying. So it was just it was no brainer to, let's go with that. That would be a good team. And from that, everything started rolling. But it was really about, can we take education to the next level? Could we potentially have education that can be effective, not in a brick and mortar or in a class or in a physical room, but make the classroom of the future? Can we potentially have people, student and teacher, communicate effectively within the context of a virtual classroom? And that sort of was the beginning of the whole thing, is can we actually do that?
That sort of goes back to a philosophy of trying to bring the traditional and the modern together in a way to create something new. So rather than rejecting everything traditional, you kind of see what works the best in the past, and then you transport it into a new medium. When film became a new medium, the people who came into that medium came from theater and radio and journalism and brought their skills with it. I think there's sometimes a tendency when people make forays into something like VR and AR, they're so technically minded in terms of pushing the boundaries on technology that it's often forgotten that at the heart of this is that something, it isn't about polygons, basically. It's really about combining things into something completely new. And I think very few people understand the long-term repercussions or the potential of this medium. I personally think that WebXR, and I know this sounds a little big, but is going to transform human culture. Going to create this barrier-free entry into an immersive world that will take on all kinds of forms, from AR to VR, and it is what is actually going to mix reality and the virtual via the web. And I think the web as we know it, will become highly immersive, so that in 20, 30 years down the line, when they look back at the web that we were using now, it'll be sort of like when we look back and watch black and white silent movies. That are making it possible. And we're at this very interesting point in time where a whole bunch of technologies are converging and coming to a fruition to fulfill basically an old human dream. There's something I want to share with you, which is quite interesting. Around the 1900s, when the cinema was being invented, they actually, around 1896, 1898, wrote down what sounded like the holodeck, which is quite amazing to think. So the human imagination at the dawn of cinema imagined a medium that was around us, immersive and tactile. But we've had to wait, 110 or 120 years to now approach that time where this can become a reality. So I see as WebXR as the key for this, because it's the key because of its accessibility. And I sometimes, and this is confusing and I don't want to sound half informed, but I sometimes want to say WebXR is the metaverse, or is sort of the glue and the essential component in the middle of it. And so I'm very excited about that. And we have to think, how can we use WebXR to tell stories in a completely different way? The answer will be, it will emanate from how our brains work. and we will shape this medium to conform to what human beings need to, to communicate with each other and tell stories immersively. Forge a vocabulary of interaction and storytelling for the future.
When I saw what Skye and Thomas had put together in the goggles for the first time, I had a real emotional response. And I've worked in television production for 3 decades, doing commercials and television news. And when I saw what they had done, I was blown away. It blew my hair back. And I had an emotion that I hadn't had in a long time, which was wonder of this experience, being in the air and flying like a bird and really experiencing this on a new level. And I've been seeing this material for 30 plus years, and I've worked until I'm about as jaded as you can get. So from a human point of view, I totally get what Thomas is saying. This is a new kind of emotional storytelling. It's a new kind of way to present this that's going to really strike at what it means to be a human. I really appreciate that part of it. And Thomas and Skye have done an incredible job with the technology.
And just, I must add about the innovation in this project through Jackknife. And I got to tell you, something wonderful happened here in this project. And I can see this innovation happening in real time. And I think it's creating a whole new level of experience that did not exist before. It's this genius stuff.
Magic of Flight was a foray on seeing how something works purely in virtual reality. But I could imagine that I might, experience John and the Magic of Flight in all kinds of ways, on the 2D screen, in VR, maybe something in augmented reality, and maybe all of it at the same time. So I think that's really, and WebXR from the ground up has the ability to actually fuse all these different mediums into one larger experience. And I think that is one of its great superpowers, because we've developed systems that I believe fundamentally change the viewer's relationship to that particular medium. So what has happened over the years is when the tools that you need aren't out there, you have to create them yourself. So with a team of about 10 people, I've been working for 5 years to create something called Jackknife for us, in a way, to create projects and explore this new medium. My dream is that one day, everybody will use this because it allows them to author in a cost-effective way for this new medium, WebXR.
Introduce all the nominees. Okay, all right. Welcome back. Do we have audio? Yes, we do. Okay, wonderful, fantastic, everyone. Let's get this show back on the road. So bringing video formats, old and new, into immersive experience is one of the most exciting uses of the medium to me. Stereoscopic and volumetric video create compelling new opportunities for innovation and creativity, including how the video is projected, like in virtual domes, for example. It's also amazing to see what effects can be used in Stereo 360, like things floating towards you. For our new video experience of the year category, all nominees are stereoscopic and run in WebXR. We'd like to thank James Baicioanu and Keram Sanchez for creating a custom Janus Web viewing room for our jurors. And the nominees for video experience of the year are The Magic of Flight. This aspirational piece, built using the Jackknife XR toolkit, is a cogent demonstration of how WebXR can be used for education. It's fun and visually stunning. It's not just a video by itself, but seamlessly integrates video into a tapestry of media, making you wonder how they did it. Inside the Circle of Dreams, this one really pushes stereoscopic 360. It merges video of a live stage show with the residents with objects and animation exerted into the experience that keeps you curious and looking around as madness ensues. Grace Weber's Virtual Studio. This experience is nominated because it shows that high quality, true volumetric video can be delivered into WebXR using Unreal Engine. Instead of just looking around this video, you can walk around Grace Weber as she sings to you a cappella. Rook. This is another intense and imaginative music video that uses 3D graphics that are pure art. Creator of the Year nominee Keram Sanchez wrote and performed the music and collaborated with Alex Lifeson of Rush, Don Garbutt, and director Audrey Phillips to really dig into what you can do with this medium. And lastly, Be Your Own Dentist. No one says art needs to make you comfortable, and sometimes the best art is unsettling. In Be Your Own Dentist, performance artist Katya takes us on a guided meditation that involves ripping your own teeth out with pliers. Why not, right? This piece is nominated for being avant-garde, edgy, and visually intense. And the winner is The Magic of Flight. Congratulations.
Hey.
And who would be accepting the award? John Collins, yes?
Actually, I'll be
Thomas,
doing
I
it.
think.
No,
I'll be doing
okay.
it.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
You're going to cut to Thomas there, right? This is an incredible award. We're thankful for it, but I think Thomas is really going to be talking about accepting the award here.
Yes, great.
Oh, hi there.
Go ahead.
Hi.
I can't.
Well, it's a real honor to be to win this award, especially in such a round of amazing talents. You know, a project like this has a lot of people working together, so there's a lot of people to thank. It was made possible through Meta, and I wanted to thank Haggai Goldfarb, Eric Cheng, and Jacob Rossi there. But I wanted to highlight Haggai Goldfarb's role on this. You know, he is a long time expert working at DreamWorks around 3D animation, and boy, did he push this to another level with his vision. And of course, the human touch of this experience came through John Collins, who is the on-screen talent and the writer of this. And, you know, there are all these people behind the scenes who don't get seen, who work very, very hard sometimes, like our 3D modeler, Ryan Touchon, who, you know, worked himself to the bone for this project to make sure it looked right. And our head WebXR developer, Scott Nowakoski, who burned the midnight oil many, many times. I think he contributed to global warming. He burned so much midnight oil on this project. So thank you very much. It's an honor, and it's so inspirational to see all these incredible projects pushing this form. Thank you.
And you didn't say a word about you, but we should probably say that your brilliance and creative mind is really, I would say that really help us bring this project to life.
Good, I'm blushing now, so thank you.
Yeah, very competitive category. And congratulations to the winners for Magic of Flight and to all the rest of you who are nominated. Some really fantastic work being done in this space. All right. Yes, now we are going to have Linda Ritchie introduce the next award. Linda, take it away.
Thank you very much. I am extraordinarily lucky to be presenting World of the Year. I am a world creator, so this is very exciting for me. Worlds are like web pages. They are virtual environments that we can get into alone or together and experience content that is spatially arranged. Physics don't apply unless you program it to. Very interesting, right? So virtual worlds have infinite possibilities, but creators have to be mindful that their worlds are performant to run smoothly on any device.
Yeah, I'm on the red carpet for a virtual.
At the highest frame rates it can support, because after all, polygons are the new expensive. Now, I get a 6 category. And the nominees for WebXR Worlds of the Year are Edu Metaverse by Anthony Wright. This is a series of over 35 virtual worlds created in Frame, created by and for teachers from classrooms to museums and other educational settings. Science VR Hubs is our second nominee by Science VR. It's a series of Hubs worlds, what they would call a knowledge metaverse, which is also nominated for Education Experience of the Year. And they worked with Creator of the Year nominee Caitlin Krause on the Event of the Year nominated Mary Shelley Experience. The third nominee is Porter Robinson's Secret Skye by Active Theory. This world has 4 environments in one that hosted a music festival on April 24th. The main world was a field where you can portal up to the top of a giant tree or a grand palace overlooking the field. There's also a cube room with intense vibrating visualization created by the music. The next nominee was Grace Weber's Virtual Studio. This experience has multiple nominations, and it's a simple and very elegant recording studio, and it's about as photorealistic as anything you'll ever see in WebXR because it was created in Unreal Engine, and it has super fine textures and lighting. It is really very 3D. The next nominee was Obscura by Third Axis. This world is a castle floating in space with beautiful marble and gold textures. Obscura.world is designed to be explored like a puzzle. And the very last nominee is, not the least by any means, is VRTO, which is Virtual Reality Toronto by Constant Change Media Group. This is a collection of super elegantly designed hub worlds built to host the VRTO event. So I guess we need another drum roll, right? The winner of the World of the Year award is Science VR Hubs by Science VR. And here to accept the award is Caitlin Krause.
Well, wow. This is an absolute pleasure. I feel as if, gosh, Science VR, first I should mention our team, Jackie Lee, Yenlin Kuo, and myself. We came together as a trio to build universes that are based on the elements of wonder and awe, surprise and delight. So there have been Alice in Wonderland worlds, there have been Mary Shelley worlds, and I'd say the prime element is storytelling. Mary Shelley was an author who, when she created Frankenstein, didn't have a byline. Originally, this story was published and she was an unknown and kind of riding under most of the light being held by Percy Shelley. And then, you know, now it's 200 years later, Mary Shelley was recognized as creator of the tale. And this tale of Frankenstein is kind of like, what do we do with the process of creating a life and something that needs to be owned? And so I think there are so many layers of implications for AI and the future. And we wanted to build a world of poetry. So I played the role of Mary Shelley in the experience, enabled other people to get involved with the poetry and really experience that delight and that timeless, you know, the first sci-fi story ever held in a WebXR world of Gothic wonder and mystery. So celebrating that darkness and the light and people who want to jump in at any age and take part in the fun and the discovery. So there's more at sciencevr.com and also caitlinkrause.com. This is a great merge, and we love to animate worlds. So we'll have many open houses coming up, and it is a true pleasure to accept this award on behalf of Science VR. If anyone wants to play in a moon museum, we also have an event coming up at the end of February. So you can follow me on Twitter at mindwise_CK, and I'll give you updates about all the events. Thank you to the team here, and also just celebrating all of our fellow nominees. We've been having so much fun today talking and getting to know each other better. And the next step is to explore as a collective. So thank you. It's an honor. And thanks to Jackie and Yenling and all the people who took part in Mary Shelley, including Mary herself. So thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. As always, fantastic.
We're just starting to see what's possible using the WebXR medium for entertainment. Innovators are out there as we speak, making WebXR experiences more compelling and scalable to handle the quality demands of all sectors of the entertainment industry. 2021 gave us a glimpse into this future. Here to introduce the nominees is the other co-founder of Metaverse, my husband and partner, Alan Smithson.
As the late, great Keith Emerson used to sing, welcome back, friends, to the show that never ends. We're so glad you could attend. Come inside, come inside. The fact that the WebXR community has so much to say and so much to celebrate just goes to show you how much momentum this space really has. And we're happy to have you here. Thanks for staying with us. And I promise you, things have only begun to get interesting because we're saving some of the best categories till last. So I won't give you an extended soliloquy. I'm going to jump right in. And the nominees for Entertainment Experience of the Year are Manifested, a story about angels. We could actually categorize this experience by Planet Voodoo as an edutainment experience. It provides audio narratives of the history of cultural fascination with superstitions and angels. It is an intense, immersive experience that is nominated for its creative presentation. Unwanted Waters. Part of the Onboard XR theater troupe, Unwanted Waters uses motion capture to animate avatars in Mozilla hubs. This experience shows how beautiful and evocative live performance art can be in WebXR. As the medium matures, we're sure to see more of this, and Clémence Dubag will be remembered for having helped pioneer this new canvas of digital and physical expression. Rook. Also nominated for Video Experience of the Year, Rook by Keram, Malick Sanchez, and Audrey Phillips is a musical collaboration with Alex Lifeson of Rush. We think that this format is pioneering for music videos. The animations surround you and pass you by, keeping you curious about what's going to happen next. Grace Weber's Virtual Studio. You can't beat having the artist right there with you. This listening party for Grammy-winning artist Grace Weber is as simple as it is innovative. It shows you can indeed have a photorealistic content and volumetric video in WebXR. Virtual Screen on the Green. We're really happy to see PBS in the mix here using WebXR for their short film festival last year. They built a watch party for the world to watch short films together as a community, something like we like to do. So we appreciate what they did and hope to see more investment in using WebXR to present content in virtual public spaces. And the winner is Manifested, a story about angels. And the winner is Manifested, a story about angels.
You are good, AJ.
Hello there. It's an honor, a surprise. Thank you. I really appreciate just the nomination more than anything. You know, it's nice to be recognized. It was great. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Storyboard, the script, models, the animation, the programming. I do everything myself. It's a lot of work. It's difficult. I'd love to collaborate more as well, given the chance. So I'm open to swapping contact information. Yeah, yes, I'm surprised. I'm very tired as well. So thank you. And there's a lot of other good people in here too. So I've seen a couple of the projects, and they deserve a lot of recognition as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Julie. It's good to be back at the Polys. Last year, I was so honored to be presented with my award by Trevor, who is being honored himself tonight. As Trevor said last year, this isn't about one developer being better than any other, or even coming close to including all of the great developers out there who are worthy of recognition. There's really an abundance of riches now when it comes to WebXR developers. But we're here to speak the names of 5 who really helped move the needle in 2021. The nominees for Developer of the Year are James Baicioanu. James is also nominated for Framework of the Year for his work on Janus Web. Bai, as many call him, is a WebXR developer's WebXR developer. He's been in it a long time and is a true innovator, keeping the flame of Janus XR alive and well and open source. Next up, and I bet you didn't see this one coming, is Jose Ferrao. Jose has been working on Nu Studio, an open source WebXR engine, for years. He's prolific, with 3,000 commits in the last year. We respect and honor the ambitions of his projects. Adrian, and let me try not to pronounce his last name, let's go with Avi Bar-Zeev of Webiverse, another venerable WebXR platform. This guy has over 14,000 commits in the last year. It's an average of almost 40 commits a day. We couldn't in good conscience overlook somebody who's that diligent about consistently contributing to the open immersive web ecosystem. Next up is Yinch Yeap. Yinch of Playco Studios has 3 nominations for projects he's shipped using the Wonderland engine, 2 for A320 Flight Simulator, and 1 for SkiFit 365. Yinch, who we met earlier on the red carpet, is passionate about WebXR and our community. Finally, we have Oren DePanther Wiseman. If it weren't for DePanther, the Mozilla WebXR exporter for Unity would lie stagnant, and we're all thankful for his work on that. Oren is also nominated for AR Experience for World's Demolisher, published using his WebXR exporter, and the plugin itself is nominated for Software of the Year. And the winner is Avi Bar-Zeev.
And the winner for WebXR Developer of the Year is Adrian Beardzicki. Congratulations, and thank you so much for being a part of the show. And next, we have Sophia Moshasha getting ready to present Creator of the Year.
Hi, everyone. As we build the metaverse, let us keep up this creator-first spirit to unleash the power of creativity inside us all. And in doing so, we'll make a better real world. WebXR allows creators to make virtual places that you can visit with others and make real memories. Today, we're here to highlight the work of 3 visionary creators who have tapped into the potential of WebXR and with great passion have set out to inspire others. And the nominees for Creator of the Year are Keram Malick Sanchez. Keram is the founder of 2 institutions, Virtual Reality Toronto and FIVARS. He's a Renaissance man who has built enterprises that grow, inspire, and serve the community. Dulce Baerga. Dulce is a builder of worlds and interactive experiences, a serial hackathon winner, and an NFT artist who celebrates the female form. She even created the avatars for our XR woman, which you'll see in our upcoming summits. And then Caitlin Krause. Caitlin is an author and a speaker who uses her creativity to inspire creativity, spirit and the awe, wonder, and mindfulness that she so much preaches in her work. And the winner is Keram Malick Sanchez.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I'm completely overwhelmed by that. Just like I've been overwhelmed by 8 years of work on this. When I turned 40, I said, okay, I'm going to do this thing completely now. And it's been every single day. And I acknowledge that time because I love what this can become. And I remember in the 90s when we had this feeling before the dot-com boom about freedom and sharing openly with everybody in the world ideas safely and in a spirit of goodwill and culture, science, heterogeneity. And I am afraid of the things that could flatten out all of that beautiful eclecticism. So we're here offering time to hold space really for the diversity of voices, ideas, potential, and to ensure that we don't get all put into a funnel where we are sitting ducks. And all of the people that are here are working in that way towards those aims and ambitions and supporting that goal. Honestly, if I'm here for anything, I'm here to support all of the voices. And at the very beginning, I thought I could either make something or I could create a way to bring the many voices to the foreground. And I decided to do the latter. And that's what I focused on. And thank you to my team, Stephanie Greenall, and all the people that came before that are working with me right now, to Jesse Blazes and Chrissy Aitchison and Josh Udry and James Baicioanu, who's been working with us in the WebXR space, and to Ben Irwin and to everybody who puts on these awards. It's just extremely hard work. It's really hard. And in these early days when it's not proven and people think you're nuts and there's not enough money and you want to like fall to the easy thing. So honestly, this is a bless out to all of you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for doing this. And the glitches and all of it are part of the beauty. I mean, this is still a human endeavor. So kudos humans, let's go. Thank you.
Congratulations, Keram. Let's get on with the show.
A while back, I got this Discord message asking me if I'd like to present the Lifetime Achievement Award to someone whose achievements are actually only a few years old. However, these achievements have been critical to laying the groundwork for a long dreamed about immersive web. We are talking about WebXR, which hasn't been around that long. And our awardee, Brandon Jones, is one of the pioneers who is paving the way to make this future immersive web a reality. For Brandon, it started when he made WebVR his 20% project at Google and helped develop its original specification. But WebVR was never intended to support AR2, and it was inevitable that we would need WebXR to support both. And in 2019, the WebXR device API specification emerged, including both VR and AR. Sadly, now WebVR is deprecated and the experiences that were not updated have been lost. That's a familiar story for people who develop native apps. And that's why the many engineers working to help bring us WebXR are working diligently to build a robust spec that will endure, so that the experiences built in this medium today can still be accessed on future web browsers, just like we open decades-old websites. We can thank Brandon Jones for having built or collaborated on so many of the features in today's WebXR, and for his contributions as a spec editor for the W3C. And as WebGL is evolving to become the immersive web, Brandon is there, bringing his ninja low-level graphics programming chops to help optimize the future of WebGL and WebGPU to natively render high-end graphics like sophisticated shaders and lighting in a performant way that a web browser can handle. Brandon, your contributions to our community have been massive and invaluable. Mr. Doob himself, Ricardo Cabello, creator of 3JS, and our Lifetime Achievement honoree for the first Polys, unequivocally chose you as this year's awardee. And thus begins the tradition of the previous honoree passing the mantle. It will take many years to get through the list of WebXR OGs that are worthy of this award, but that's a good problem to have. WebXR is going to be around for a long time, and this community is here to make sure of it. Congratulations, Brandon, and please keep leading us into a future where the immersive web continues to be as robust and as enduring as you and your colleagues envision it to be. Thanks for all you do. And on this day, the 12th of February, 2022, On behalf of the Polys, WebXR Awards, and the entire community, I hereby confer upon you, Brandon Jones, this Lifetime Achievement Award.
Thank you very much for this honor. It's truly inspiring to see how far this has been able to come, and how successful this effort to bring the XR to the web has been. And I'm so privileged to have been part of it, to have been able to see that evolution from beginning to end, and to continue to watch it go forward in the future. I'm certainly not alone in the privilege of bringing this to everybody. I want to thank Vlad and Nell and Manish and Rick, Trevor. Oh my goodness, there's far too many people to be able to get through them all. Alex and Alex, Raphael. There's so many people that contribute to this and that deserve to be recognized in the same way that I'm being recognized here today. And it is an honor to be able to stand before you as a representative of all of the effort. And I can't wait to see what comes next.
Well done, Brandon, for the Lifetime Achievement Award. It's been 8 years coming to take virtual reality all the way up until to WebXR that we have today. Congratulations, like you've been here literally from day zero. Yeah, like you've been here for the lifetime of WebVR, so very aptly named.
Congratulations, Brandon. This is obviously just a recognition of all the immense amount of work and the immense impact that you've had on the community. And the only other thing I wanted to say is just because it's a Lifetime Achievement Award doesn't mean you get to stop.
Congratulations, Brandon. It's been really nice working with you. I've learned quite a bit from you about specs and WebXR and all the rest. I think I remember when I first started your Twitter profile, it had a quote from some newspaper saying, wants to put the internet on your face. And I think you've succeeded in that. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Brandon. Thank you for making your passion project all of ours passion.
It's amazing to watch education being transformed by technology over the course of our lifetimes. From analog to digital to spatial, the settings and tools of learning are transformative. We've only begun to explore the possibilities as we rewrite the rules of pedagogy. Here to tell us about the nominees for Education Experience of the Year, the Poly Award-winning creator of Anthropometron and professor of anthropology at Maricosta College, who teaches his classes in hubs, please welcome Dr. Keith Chan.
Well, thank you, Julie. Education always comes up as a premier use case for XR, but in the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of talk and not a lot of walk. But this past year, we've had some great advancements, innovations, and commitments in WebXR for education that bodes well for the whole ecosystem and for education itself. That's why the next WebXR Summit series will return in July with the WebXR Education Summit hosted by Karen Alexander. I'm looking forward to be a part of it. I'm very proud that the Virtual Museum Anthropometron won the first Education Experience of the Year Poly last year. I'm just blown away by some of the advancements shown this year, not just in the stack and the platforms, but in the experiences themselves. And the nominees for Educational Experience of the Year are The Magic of Flight by Project Origami, built with Jackknife XR. As we saw in the feature, the people behind the project are extremely passionate about education innovation. And with this experience, they delivered a highly produced and compelling narrative that is groundbreaking in so many ways. This project is backed by Meta and is a clear demonstration of how a well-funded, well-produced project can be game-changing for this medium and this genre. A320 Cockpit Simulator by Playco Studios. Yinch Yeap's Cockpit Simulator, published in the Wonderland engine, took traditionally analog teaching methods like taping notes onto a mock-up of a cockpit. This training experience lets you spend time in a spatially accurate cockpit so pilots can safely learn the controls before proceeding to the next step. Big Brain Time by Tecnológico de Monterrey. This is a Spanish language nomination that uses A-frame to teach us about the brain and lets you pick up and manipulate a brain and see all the components of it. We applaud the exceptional work they did to build and innovate learning experiences. EduMetaverse by Anthony Wright. Built in the Frame platform, EduMetaverse lets teachers take their students on a journey across 35 different worlds. Because it's a multi-user experience, it's used as a virtual classroom that students can't get enough of. Science VR Hubs by Science VR. Science VR built in hubs many themed worlds to take students back in time to learn about history with custom avatars and all kinds of interesting ways to explore the past. Science VR is also nominated in the event and world categories, and we're excited to see how this team continues to expand its metaverse.
I think they announced we won, Thomas. You can talk.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, wow, that's amazing. You know, I think we're all dreamers here in this new medium. And so the subject matter that was chosen for the Magic of Flight is really about the dream of flight, you know, at the turn of the century where we dreamt to fly and that one day, you know, it would change how the world works. And it was actually the jet engine that turned flight into what it is today. And I'm thinking that WebXR is the jet engine for this medium that will basically change how we relate to one another and will fulfill this dream of immersive education, immersive, just immersive experience, which, by the way, is worth mentioning, is something that creators thought about, you know, in the 19th century when flight and cinema was sort of coming together slowly. They imagined an immersive cinema of the future, and how lucky are we all to live in a time where the dreams of people 100 years ago are about to be fulfilled and that we can be part of that. It was actually Haggai Goldfarb who thought of the project, you know, the magic of flight as being, you know, the most appropriate metaphor. And and John, you bridged the gap between, you know, the beginnings of flight, paper airplanes, and the future of WebXR. So thank you for that. So yeah, it's a great honor.
Pleasure to
Thank
work
you
with
very
both
much.
you guys for this whole project. It was amazing, and I've been in the education space since 1989, and this was a way to show things that I could only dream about showing. So it was just an amazing journey. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you guys too. And I actually would love to thank the entire team that worked for days, day and night, for many months during the difficult conditions of the pandemic at its peak. And Thomas Warner hasn't said anything here, but his brilliant and creative mind and his company's Liquid Cinema allowed us to bring this project to life on the WebXR platform, Jackknife XR. And John Collins is the Guinness World Record, amazingly rocked as both the writer of the show and the lead role of our cast, and Ryan Tashon, who almost single-handed carried the entire 3D art of this project. Enjoy the entire team, and really a special shout out to Scott Nowakarski, I hope I'm saying his name right, of Liquid Cinema, was the main WebXR developer who had to burn the midnight oil more than once. And I'll just conclude as a project Origami, we call it, yes, related to John's work, is a brainchild that was born out of more than a decade of pursuit and vision of XR, WebXR, and the metaverse at the center of it, which I was chasing, and I believe happened to be kind of one of the pioneers at MIT in 2007, and which became a reality while driving XR strategy at Meta. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks to the Poly WebXR team for this honor.
And sorry, just a super quick shout out to Laura James, Gavin Farrell, Alex Pierce, Joy Tukje, and Brian Charles, and our wonderful graphic designer Sol Kerti, who helped put the finishing touches on this experience. Thank you to all of you. You worked all hard together right across the world to create this wonderful experience. Thank you very much.
Phew, 16 down, 1 to go. 4 other categories have experience in the title, but this award is the experience of the year, the best that WebXR had to offer in 2021. Sites aren't sites anymore. They are truly experiential. And in that spirit, we've renamed the award Site of the Year to Experience of the Year, our top honor. Last year, Ada Rose Cannon, co-chair of the W3C Immersive Web group, presented Site of the Year for us. We think it's fitting to have leaders from SDOs present this honor, because if it weren't for these many standards, we wouldn't have this ecosystem. And with that, I'm pleased to introduce the man who is known for saying, it will take a constellation of standards to achieve the metaverse. He is the Vice President of Developer Ecosystems for NVIDIA and the President of the Kronos Group and co-convener of the Meta-Traversal Initiative on Interoperability, Neil Trevitt. Welcome, Neil, and thank you for being here to wrap up the show.
Hey, Judy, thank you. And yes, indeed, it will take a constellation of standards to achieve the metaverse. But of course, standards don't happen in a vacuum. You need the innovators willing to take risks, move fast and break things. But in the long term, it is interoperability standards that give the industry and individuals the confidence to build things that are meant to last and can be built to pervasive scale. And it's thanks to the many collaborators who helped guide and build the WebXR specification, and of course the many standards it builds on and integrates, that we have this awesome level of XR built into the browser, and with it, these experiences that we are here today to celebrate. So here we are, the Experience of the Year category, our Best in Show. We have 5 distinctly different types of WebXR experiences competing for this distinguished poly. The nominees for the WebXR Award for Experience of the Year are Inside a Circle of Dreams. If you're amused by musicians dressed as animals playing a live set in Venetian masks, shadow puppets, a Monty Python style foot, and other forms of indescribable, fully stereoscopic visual insanity, this video by the residents is for you. Number 2, Raw Emotion Unites Us. Foria, in a collaboration with the International Paralympic Committee and Meta, created this beautiful and unique experience that touches the heart. It tells the empowering story of 5 Paralympic athletes told in their own voices with stunning and innovative animations. It's a piece that truly demonstrates WebXR's potential for originality of expression. Number 3 is The Magic of Flight. The paper airplane guy, John Collins, hosts this fun and visually stunning series of education experiences to teach us about the principles and science behind aerodynamics. It calls itself a WebXR education use case, but it's much more. It uses a series of innovations in video and animation that shows the world just how incredible WebXR can be. And it's safe to say that it will remain a source of inspiration and will be remembered as a pioneering effort for immersive content. Number 4 is Secret Skye. Active Theory have used their homegrown poly-nominated platform, Dreamwave, to deliver an experience that is now the stuff of legend, Porter Robinson's Secret Skye. They demonstrated unheard of levels of optimization and scalability for WebXR when this event had 500,000 sessions. 200,000 of them were unique and 50,000 of them were in VR. They had worlds within worlds where avatars from all over the world came together for a music festival that sampled video textures for lighting, among many of their innovations. And finally, Grace Weber's Virtual Studio. Cyber already has 4 other nominations, for this is the only WebXR production platform with experiences built in Unreal Engine. It features very high quality volumetric video and super high visual fidelity that you would expect from Unreal Engine, but this is being delivered in a browser. And that's what makes their work truly game-changing as Cyber moves into the music metaverse.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is incredible. Wow. Somebody say something. I actually, I would like to thank my good friend Franz Hiltgen and James Akers, who've worked so hard to build the authoring environment that made this this experience possible. And we've been working on the tooling to create this kind of thing for, I would say, almost 6 years. So it's been a very, very long haul, and sort of believing that storytelling in immersive media is possible, and can really touch people. And it's been a long journey. So this is very, very meaningful. and yeah, I'm feeling rather emotional about it. So Hagai, please say something.
Wow, yeah, shocking. And I'm so honored to be here, really. And this is the second Poly WebXR Award, and grateful to be the recipient of this award, and on behalf of the team that is not in this room too. And again, I want to thank all our team that work on this for many months during the difficult times of the pandemic. We started right there when it was at the worst time, and we just kind of pulled through it. And then specifically more to the people in this room, Thomas, who's brought in so much of his brilliance and creative mind, and his team from Liquid Cinema, that all of them worked, they never stopped to create this project, bring it to life on their unique, and I would say, one of the most innovative, maybe the most innovative platform right now, I'm this, from my perspective, Jackknife XR, that I think is going to become a leader in this space. John Collins, who blew our minds on every performance that we needed, shooting in a museum in the middle of the night before Christmas, and unbelievable. And he just kept coming with more magic tricks, more and more stuff that they never stop. And he just insane. Ryan Tashon, really the guy is he's the jackknife of all trade, and he's the guy that can put a whole show together. He really never stopped day and night to create this. And there are so many more. Joy, who came in the last minute, but helped us save so many of that stuff. Scott Novakovsky, who was really the lead WebXR here, who kept coming up with more and more innovation on the fly, right as we needed it, or before. It was just unbelievable. And again, Project Origami, I want to say, just taking it for a minute, 17 years ago, I don't know how many people in the audience remember LNK, one of the first version of, I would say, what the metaverse today is, started from small talk and from things that nobody even remembered, that was called Squeak and Croquette. And in Croquette, at that time, 17 years ago, you can actually teleport yourself across the room. You can see avatar, you can engage. And that was one of the first things that got me inspired at that time. And from then on, I just kept going in it through MIT, and just took my startup and just trying to push one innovation after the other to make, I'd say, to a large degree, a lot of the stuff that is that we're seeing before any kind of headset. We were dreaming it through a lot of experimentation and just kind of shooting in the dark. Yeah, so this is so exciting. Thank you so much for giving us this honor. We are so thrilled to be here, and please come talk to us after.
Yeah, and thank you to the Poly Awards for creating this forum that I think is critical in creating awareness of the efforts of the pioneers in this field. It's a very important thing for this industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
I'm
to the
speechless.
Magic of Flight team for their win of the experience of the year. Thank you so much.
Yay. Thank you.
Well, it looks like that is the end of our show. Hey, Sophia, there you are. What a great show. And thank you so much to everybody for, sorry, I've got a bit of an echo in my head. Thank you so much for the show and the last award that was pushed through. We had an amazing last couple of hours. Thank you to the patients, for everybody for being with us. And Sophia, we've got some people to thank.
Say what an honor it was to produce this with you and the team. It was so much fun. We did a lot of crazy stuff, and most of it was a success. So I'm super proud of what we've done. And I hope that everybody in the audience really enjoyed their time and enjoyed celebrating the pioneers of the immersive web. I want to thank our production team, Ben Irwin, the Poly's creator, Steve Lewis, Karen Alexander, Linda Ricci, Bradley Clark, Carlos Austin, Tony Trudell. And please stay tuned for the announcements of the upcoming WebXR Summit series for the year. And also, we have an after party after this in Meta Horizons in a beautiful world created by Paige Dansinger. If you check out the Eventbrite page, there are details on how to join that after party. And I will definitely be there, and the Poly's team will be there. So I really hope to see you guys there, even if for a little bit. And that concludes the second Poly's WebXR Awards. Until next time.
And thank you so much to our sponsors, Futurewei and Metaverse, for believing in us and committing your time to support us. So thank you so much. And thanks to everybody attending. I see all the great comments on YouTube over here and in the different worlds. So thank you so much for your support towards the community. It's been a great show. Hopefully we'll see you all again next year.